Epstein. Now we're hearing Baskin-Robbins is leveraging its relationship with actress Sydney Sweeney to promote a new rainbow sherbet lip sleeping mask made with 3 fruity scents. Nation's Restaurant News says the product is being made by makeup company Laneige. I'm Nancy Lyons, Bloomberg Radio.
Hey there, this is Dolly, coming to you straight from Nashville.
It's Stand Up to Cancer!
Join us Friday, August 15th for one night only and for one goal only, to beat cancer. So stand up with all of us and let's save lives together. And if we join forces, we can end cancer forever. Tune in Friday, August 15th at 8, 7 Central on ABC, CBS, Fox, and NBC. For more ways to watch, visit standuptocancer.org/show.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-949-1441. That's 800-949-1441. 800-949-1441.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com, and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
The Angels are flying in for some summer weekend fun to match up against the Phils on Friday, July 18th at 6:45, Saturday, July 19th at 6:05, and Sunday, July 20th at 1:35. Get tickets at Phillies.com. The Phillies welcome the Boston Red Sox on Monday, July 21st and Tuesday, July 22nd, both at 6:45, and Wednesday, July 23rd at 7:05. Order your tickets today at Phillies.com.
Some things can steal your sunshine. Ugh, I just got my hair done.
Sorry, the cooler's broken. Anyone see my flip-flops? Anyone?
But COVID-19 can steal a lot more.
I just took a COVID test. Ugh.
Prescription medications for COVID exist. If you test positive this summer, ask your doctor if they're right for you. Visit PfizerForAll.com/COVID-19 to learn more. Sponsored by Pfizer.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-355-8282. That's 800-355-8282. Again, that's 800-355-8282.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Free speech lives here. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
And away we go, live on this Wednesday, July 16th. It is indeed Kayal and Company, right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey and iHeartRadio apps. And, of course, streaming live for your video viewing pleasure over on YouTube as we head until 10 o'clock this morning, 855-839-1210. That is the phone number. On social media at 1210 WPHT. I am at Nick Kayal, Kayal. Don Stensland with the news. Greg Stocker, the chairman of the board. Phil Omquist, Jimmy Kelly, our associate producers. We've got Tony Bruno coming up from Florida at 7:45 today for the cut sheet. And today is also National Hot Dog Day. And as we've established long ago on this show, the only condiment you need on a hot dog is?
Mustard.
That is correct. Hello, Dawn. How are you?
I'm a ketchup person. I'm just going to admit that. But I'm not a hot dog person.
Okay. You're a ketchup person.
You're
a communist.
7?
You're a
I know.
What are you, 7? Ketchup.
This is my confession.
Ugh.
Mustard.
Yeah.
Hello, Gregory.
A little relish, maybe. A little onions. White onions.
Yes.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Although I'm a big diversity of onion fan. I like red onion. I like yellow onion. I like shallots.
Not red onions on hot dog, though.
I could go for it. If you give me red onion, I'm not going to complain.
Chili dogs.
Yes.
Sucking on chili dogs.
Yeah, buddy.
Outside the pizza freeze. God.
Oh,
Classic rock station in this city plays that song every 10 seconds.
I wouldn't know. I never change my preset from 1210.
Look at you.
Yeah.
And neither should you.
As the brand manager, I have to monitor what everybody else is doing.
Exactly
That's my story,
right.
and I'm sticking to it.
There you go. We have a lot to get to today. I thought we were close to being done with Jeffrey Epstein. That didn't happen, at least yesterday. Also,
It's a Democrat hoax.
it was made up.
Oh, God.
It was Comer. No, it was Comey. It was. We have to 86. I've lost track. Also, speaking of baseball and MAGA, All-Star break, Trump in the news. Lenny Dykstra against the social media influencer Cat Turd. We'll briefly mention that.
Oh, God.
Media crickets on the Biden auto pen. It's amazing. I'm willing to talk about a negative story for the Trump administration, yet CBS, ABC, and NBC cannot mention the Joe Biden auto pen story.
Well, that's because mainstream media now all of a sudden is obsessed with the Epstein case.
Yeah.
It's really, this is why I hate media, because sides have flipped now. Now it's the Republicans who are against the Epstein stuff, and it's the Democrats who are for. It's like, oh, God, can we just get some consistency?
Even though the
nauseating.
Democrats had 4 years
Of
to
course they
unearth
did.
this and
Of
didn't
course
say
they
a
did.
word. Yeah.
Of course they did.
But that's politics.
Because they're a bunch of hypocrite JOs.
Yeah.
Thank you. JOs. JOs.
Mommy, what's a J-O in the car?
At 6:02, no kids in the car right now.
Yeah.
You never know.
Real talk for the first 4 minutes.
Thank you.
And then we become family-oriented.
Oh.
Also, Hollywood box office draws. I have an interesting question to throw out with all of the movie chatter that has been out there with Superman. I just also realized yesterday that they are doing a reboot with Freddie Prinze Jr. of I Know What You Did Last Summer. And I'm wondering how many truly major box office blockbuster draws still remain in Hollywood. We'll get into that coming up a little bit. We might need Mr. Movie Phil Omquist to pop in for a moment. Cut Sheet, Fight Club, Bruno, the whole bit today. All right, let's get down to business. Round number one of the news at 6:03. She's not a hot dog gal, but she does love her ketchup.
That's right.
The great Dawn Stensland.
When was the last time you had a hot dog, Stensland?
Years.
You buy the sugar-free ketchup, too?
Yes.
I figured you did.
Yes.
Ugh.
Organic.
That's why you'll live to be 88, and I'll be dead in 5 months.
Stop saying that. Seriously.
I'm talking it into existence, Dawn.
Oh, my God.
I want it. I'm
Yeah.
ready for it.
Oh, God. Well, in the news, good morning on this Wednesday morning. The heat is on the hottest day of the week. It's going to they call these the feel-like temperatures. They no longer say the heat index. The feel-like temperature is over 100 degrees today. So on paper, it'll be 90 degrees, right? So it's a hot one. Not a good day for hot dogs, perhaps. We are sponsored in Kayal Company News Live this July the 16th. 6 a.m. News Kitchen Magic is our sponsor this morning. In the news, we'll begin with police active in what they believe is a homicide, a suspicious death, the discovery of a woman's body slumped against a bed. This is why Philadelphia police are investigating this very suspicious death this morning, awaiting autopsy results. So they received that 911 call finding this woman on the third floor of a home where police say she may have frequented, and it is located in the 2200 block of North Oriana Street. This is in the city's Kensington section. Police consider her death suspicious because she was found just after 11 p.m. This homicide investigation, or possible homicide, took them into the wee hours of this morning. But she had trauma to her face, to her nose, to her mouth, and they believe the autopsy will provide the cause of death, and whether this case then should be considered and investigated as a homicide investigation. So we have that going on in Philadelphia. Philadelphia police investigating also the attempted heist of an armored truck. This is in the city's Ronhurst section.
Meats, tuna, fish, what do we have?
I know. We always think of Sean Ferris Friday because usually we get our heists on Friday. But on this day, it was on a Tuesday. But this scene appeared, they were interviewing the driver of the truck. Thankfully, not. Sometimes these things turn out very violent. In this respect, there were witnesses who said they heard shots being fired, calling 911. Police releasing images of the vehicle the suspects wanted in the case. Vehicle described as a newer model black Nissan, could be a Maxima or an Altima, unknown Pennsylvania tag, but it did apparently have a PA tag with heavily tint on all the windows, which, as you know, is technically illegal here, and black rims.
Mm-hmm. Nice description of the vehicle. Do they have any description of the suspects?
Yeah, duly noted, Greg Stocker. I mean, down to the rims.
Yeah, what kind of stereo system did it have?
Just the tinted rims. We have everything.
Did it have any subwoofers?
Any description of the suspect? They're dudes. I don't know.
Your average heister. The truck had what appeared to be 2 bullet holes. Driver remained on the scene and, physically or emotionally shaken up, no doubt, but the driver was not physically injured. It happened in broad daylight, the latest target of an armored truck in recent months, but there may be a connection, a clue, because about 2 weeks ago, police say there was another armored truck robbery like this one in Holmesburg. In that one, they got away with $3,000. And the 2 weeks ago, now there are sources saying that there was one that in this one, $1.5 million in Port Richmond. Week later, on June 21st, investigated another one that was $1,000 in the city's Summerdale section. So multiple hits on these armored trucks is the point. And they believe that at least most of these, if not all, are in fact connected.
Yes.
Work of the same group.
Do you think police really make it a priority to pull people over anymore with tinted windows? I remember back in the 90s when I first got my license in 99, like tinted windows were like all the rage. Like everybody wanted to have their car tinted out. And I remember countless times, my first car, I had the front windows tinted and done at a car place that does that, and I got pulled over 2 or 3 times. I see it all the time now, and I never feel like the police pull people over anymore.
Here's the difference. Here's the difference, because I got pulled over for like stickers on my back, because I had all the stickers on the back of my car.
Okay.
Where you and I grew up, there's nothing going on.
Right,
so
there's nothing else to do.
Cops have nothing to do. In Philadelphia, cops have a ton to do.
That's true.
So they're not super worried about some dude in his white Nissan, no other description, with tinted windows.
Although when you do pull somebody over in Philadelphia for a variety of reasons, it becomes a safety issue for the officer. You're going up to a car with tinted windows.
Sure, absolutely.
You cannot see if that guy's got a gun and he's ready to, whatever.
Yeah.
So in other news this morning, and Pennsylvania taking center stage because President Trump there with Senator Dave McCormick, who hosted that huge summit that we talked about it. Our own Riccioli broadcasting his show live throughout the day. President Trump championing what's being reported as more than $100 billion in total in new private sector investments in AI, artificial intelligence, as well as energy infrastructure, saying that AI will lead Pennsylvania back to being an industrial powerhouse to compete with China. So they were in Pittsburgh, not Philadelphia, but in Pittsburgh with some of the premier world leaders in energy and AI hosting this major event. So as far as Senator Dave McCormick, he was somebody who obviously served in our military, captain in our military, but also was a former financial CEO, organized the pledges, trying to turn natural gas-rich Pennsylvania, drill baby drill, if we think about that, into an AI leader rather than just a power producer for other tech-heavy regions, such as, for example, North Virginia. So if you look at the breakdown, the PA Data Center partnering and Powerhouse Data Centers, they're going to build a 3-campus data center hub near Carlisle. This is South Central Pennsylvania. That's $15 billion. I mean, we have a laundry list of these. PPL Corporation will spend nearly $7 billion to expand grid capacity centers, but we have other major companies like Google and Blackstone. So those two companies, Google and Blackstone, you're looking at $50 billion. It adds up to nearly $100 billion in investment. This was a huge event right here in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. So a lot of PA pride going on here. I know we'll get to all of the rescissions votes. J.D. Vance doing the tiebreaker, and today it'll be a very active day on Capitol Hill. We'll talk about everything that's happening in Congress, in the Senate, and then going back to the House. But let's talk about Kyle Schwarber.
Wow.
Shall we?
Wow.
Went for 3 for 3 for the first All-Star game home run. It's a swing off to put the National League ahead 4-3. But I believe, does this make history or the first time in, more than half a century, something like that?
It's the first time this happened to break a tie in an All-Star game, I believe, right?
Since they ran out of players years ago and then tried to make the game have a meaning by the winner of the All-Star game gets home field in the World Series. Dumbest idea of all time. But yeah.
But, I mean, that's pretty cool, right? I think it makes up for the fact that it seems like some people said, I'm not even going to watch because
I watched.
Phillies got snubbed.
Yeah, I mean, I watched until about the 5th inning and then I went to bed.
All right.
Yep.
Well,
finished 6-6, I believe, right? I hit the over. I bet over 7 runs.
So what? So you lost?
No, I won.
Oh, you won. All right.
It was 12 runs scored.
Oh.
Yeah.
How much did you win?
It's none of your business.
All right. See, because you know why he's saying that? Because his wife is listening.
That's right.
See?
My special stash.
So anytime my husband says, "Oh, really? How much did we win? I want to go shopping."
Yeah, it's funny. My mother-in-law 2 nights ago when the power went out, what did she do? Did you think she looked for the generator, tried to help anybody? No, she went to the casino. She comes back. Father-in-law's like, "How'd you do?" She's like, "None of your business."
Hey, what happens at the casino stays at the casino, by golly.
And usually your money stays there.
Yeah. Well, we are sponsored by Kitchen Magic. So stuck in traffic, maybe on the way to the shore, imagine coming home, walking in to the kitchen, to a brand new kitchen from Kitchen Magic, American made, family owned, tariff proof. Get 24 months, same as cash financing. Just visit them, kitchenmagic.com. What are you waiting for? Kitchen Magic, thank you for sponsoring Kayal and Company News Live, first edition. Thank you, Kitchen Magic. And Nick, it's going to be a hot one. I think it's the hottest day of the week.
Buddy.
Oh, boy.
It is currently 77 degrees, a little foggy throughout the city. We have a couple of pop-up isolated storms developing this afternoon, which may contain some strong gusty winds. We're going to hit 92 in the city. Only a 30% chance of rain. But for the rest of the week, though, clearing out. Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, mid to high 80s, sunny skies, and then comes Sunday, where they are now predicting for the bike ride.
Uh-oh.
Chance of heavy rainfall, including hail. Hail on Kale. I'm out.
Wait a minute. They're predicting hail for Sunday?
Yes, according to weather.com.
Well, the good news is they are always wrong.
That's correct. And it could change 13 times.
Yeah. So until Saturday, until the day before, I'm not even worried.
How about we just all drive to Atlantic City and we'll set up shop in the parking lot and we'll have a Wawa wrapping a Miller Lite.
I mean, what they really wanted was us to raise money, right? So we did that.
Yeah.
Or we're continuing to do that.
Right.
So
it's a good point.
Maybe that's good enough.
We've done great community work. We've helped carry Families Behind the Badge to the Wawa's Hero Award, which is a $50,000 grant. So if Greg and I just blow a hammy tomorrow, nobody's going to bat an eyelash over it, right?
I don't know.
Injuries happen.
What will Road Warrior say?
Yeah, well, Road Warrior buys jerseys from China, so he's officially out on whatever he wants to say. Although he did DM me saying he has an old jersey from years ago from the ride in a XX that should fit like a normal large would fit on me.
Okay.
So I think he's going to either maybe swing by this week or something.
I have an XL for you.
Oh, you do? I'm willing to try the XL, but I'm guessing I might need the double.
But
these things run so damn snug.
I might take the XL for myself.
Yes. And you're what, 180 pounds? and the
Greg
XL
has lost weight.
Yeah.
He's all thin, blonde from the sun, from his Vaco.
Yes.
Vaco.
Keep talking to me, Stensling.
Yeah.
I was looking over. I'm like, what a blondie.
Yeah. My wife said yesterday, she was watching on YouTube.
Oh, boy.
She says, does Greg have a thermometer in his mouth? The most random text of all time.
What?
And I responded, I was going to bring this up on the air, but we got sidetracked.
Oh, she was saying he's hot.
No.
Is that what she was saying?
No,
I
chew on you know those things that you stir
the coffee
the little wooden coffee
with. I chew on those.
Oh, did you have that in your mouth yesterday at some point? Okay,
probably. I have an oral fixation.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, it's better than a.
My story is that Nick's wife was saying Greg is hot.
Thank you, Dawn.
Because then I look at my YouTube
self-esteem.
monitor and I'm like, he doesn't have anything in his mouth. What the hell is she talking about? I didn't even respond. All right, Big Take is coming up on the other side here on a Wednesday morning. It's Kayal and Company on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933. 800-473-9933.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Stop buying gold online. Edelman's Coins is the Philadelphia area's largest buyer and seller of gold and silver bullion. Family owned for 99 years, Edelman's Coins has continued to provide ultra-competitive pricing paired with unparalleled customer service. With transparent buy-sell spreads, you know you will always get a fair deal. When buying or selling bullion or coins, think Edelman's Coins. Call 215-572-6480 or visit edelmanscoins.com.
This summer, Hester Chevy of Cherry Hill is bringing you spectacular savings and a great selection. Get a new 2024 Chevy Silverado 1500 Crew Cab, just $43,999. That's over $11,000 in savings. Or finance a new 2025 Chevy Blazer EV or Equinox EV with 0% APR for 60 months. Cherry Hill's trusted Chevy dealer. Online at HesterChevyCH.com. Call 856-406-6397 for details. Together, let's drive.
Hester Chevrolet!
Get ready for
your workouts will
stay tuned for.
Are you tired of?
You can skip a lot of things in life, but not everything. With Citizens, get the advice and tools you need to financially handle all of life's unskippable moments. So you're ready for your best friend's wedding, a broken down car, your kid getting into their dream school, and every expense in between. From making a plan to staying on track, make sense of your money with Citizens. Get started at citizensbank.com/made-ready.
Your kitchens and bathrooms should be a retreat. Spaces that are as beautiful as they are functional. At Emmons, we customize every detail to fit your style, needs, and budget. From sleek modern updates to timeless classics, we make your dream kitchen or bathroom a reality and offer free interior design services. Call us today at 856-556-3229 or go to callemmons.com and let the Emmons team start designing your perfect space. From the main line to the shore, from top to bottom, inside and out, at Emmons, we have you covered.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with the paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text early to 323232. That's EARLY to 323232. Text early to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
Keeping free speech alive. Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210. WPHT. WPHT.
Happy Wednesday, 621, Kayal and Company. As we continue this morning, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey and iHeart apps and watch the show on YouTube. Tony Bruno will join us, as he does every Wednesday at 7:45, for a midweek edition of What's on the Cut Sheet. And these days, the bigger question is what didn't make the cut sheet? Because the cut sheet goes for an hour and 45 minutes a day. But you like it, so that's why we go that long. All right, let's get down to business. A lot to get to. Wednesday, Big Take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by First Bank. The Big Take, Epstein, Trump, and the island of relevancy. It's not going away, at least not yet. Tuesday, it became evident that the divide within MAGA isn't just amongst MAGA media or influencers on social media or talking heads on TV. It's now infected the Republican Party. Full disclosure, there's a ton of people that are chirping on this subject that we need to call out for their BS because they've lost credibility over the years, Democrat and Republican alike. But the noise is loud. It's palpable. If the files exist, they need to be revealed. If they don't exist, well, then nothing can be done. I'm not sure that national security concerns is a viable defense anymore. From the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, to Lauren Boebert, Tim Burchett, and others, they have split from Trump and want the truth. Meanwhile, Marjorie Taylor Greene and Eric Swalwell are in a peeing match. And the question is, should the files be released? If any Democrat or Republican votes no. Is it fair to call them a pedophile protector? Is it fair to label Trump that way? No matter how you feel about this story, no matter whether or not it directly impacts you or affects your life on a day-to-day basis, there's no avoiding it. It's the hottest story in America right now, and it's this administration's fault. Plenty of victories, but it's the ugly loss that will always resonate with some. Nobody remembers the New England Patriots in 2007 for going 17-0 in the regular season. They only remember that they lost the Super Bowl to the New York Giants. And it all started yesterday with the Speaker of the Republican-controlled House, MAGA Mike Johnson, who said this. Listen and watch.
I'm for transparency. We're intellectually consistent in this. Look, Reagan used to tell us we should trust the American people. I believe in that principle. I know President Trump does as well, and I trust him. I mean, he put together a team of his choosing, and they're doing a great job. It's a very delicate subject, but we should put everything out there and let the people decide it. I mean, the White House and the White House team are privy to facts that I don't know. I mean, this isn't my lane. I haven't been involved in that. But I agree with the sentiment that we need to put it out there. And you know, Pam Bondi, I don't know, when she originally made the statement, I think she was talking about documents, as I understood it, they were on her desk. I don't know that she was specific about a list or whatever, but she needs to come forward and explain that to everybody. I like Pam. I mean, I think she's done a good job. We need the DOJ focusing on the major priorities. So let's get this thing resolved so that they can deal with violent crime and public safety and election integrity and going after Act Blue and the things that the president is most concerned about, as we are. So I'm anxious to get this behind.
Okay, so MAGA Mike, he wants Ghislaine Maxwell on the stand to testify. And think about it. Epstein is dead. Virginia Jeffrey is dead. Maxwell is easily the next logical step. And now we have the conflict, or perhaps the multi-trillion-dollar question. Whatever files still exist, does that include a list? Are there bombshells in there? Is there a, aha, gotcha, smoking gun, a coveted name that we all want to see? 47 was asked about this Tuesday. Here is what Trump had to say. Listen and watch.
The Attorney General briefed you on the DOJ and FBI review, the findings of that review. The Attorney General briefed you on
that.
What?
On the
DOJ and FBI
On what?
Review.
On what subject?
Epstein.
Okay.
On Epstein, of the review of the files. Attorney General Pam Bondi.
A very quick briefing.
Did she tell you, what did she tell you about the review? And specifically, did she tell you at all that your name appeared in the file?
No, she's given us just a very quick briefing, and in terms of the credibility of the different things that they've seen. And I would say that, you know, these files were made up by Comey, they were made up by Obama, they were made up by the Biden, we went through years of that with the Russia hoax, with all of the different things that we had to go through. We've gone through years of it, but she's handled it very well. And it's going to be up to her. Whatever she thinks is credible, she should release.
Pretty major accusation there, saying that Obama, Comey, and Biden have made this all up with the files. Would I put it past those individuals? No. But what specifically did he mean when he said that? And Trump was pretty clear that he's not in the files or has never been on the island, which I tend to agree with and believe. But this story is absolutely wild. And Pam Bondi is a big reason why. She was pressed again yesterday, this time on the fractured relationship with Dan Bongino and Kash Patel. Listen and watch.
Sir. Is there disruption at the leadership of DOJ and the FBI with your relationship with Dan Bongino that is affecting the operations of
No, I'm not going to talk about personnel matters. No, I was with Director Patel all morning, and we are committed to keeping America safe, making America safe, working with our incredible partners at DEA, FBI, ATF, U.S. Marshals to do everything we can to make America safe, and that's what we're focused on. And today, we're focused on protecting our kids. And I would ask all of you, when you leave, go look at that wall outside, right outside this room, of all the fentanyl deaths, all the faces of fentanyl that you have done an amazing job putting up.
Okay, so let me take Pam Bondi to task. You talk about protecting kids right there in the last 10 seconds of that clip. Here's what she doesn't quite comprehend. You are the highest ranking prosecutor in the land. If there are pedophiles in any walk of life in America right now, roaming the streets free, with ties to Epstein. I don't care if they're a politician. I don't care if they're a Hollywood A-lister. And you, Pam Bondi, know who they are, and you don't get after them, you deserve to burn, quite frankly. And I don't think that's a hot take. 99% of people are appalled by pedophiles. Do your job. She can pivot to fentanyl all she wants, but she's derelict in her duty regardless of whether or not it's above her pay grade. Now we get to the Democrats versus Republicans. First time the gloves have really come off and crossed political aisles. Eric Swalwell, Marjorie Taylor Greene. MTG tweeted, quote, America deserves the truth about Jeffrey Epstein and the rich, powerful elites in his circle. The line is drawn with anyone who abuses children and vulnerable, innocent people. When George Santos is going to prison for 7 years, but Epstein only served 13 months, our justice system is corrupt. To which Slimy Swalwell said, quote, this lady and her colleagues won't do sugar honey iced tea about this. They voted last night to keep Epstein files from you. This tweet is just cheap talk. Time's almost up for the GOP majority. A Democratic majority is coming and will unearth all that these co-conspirators have buried. Well, Swalwell, Democrats had 4 years under Joe Biden and did nothing. So I would stand down and sit this one out. Plus, you also had sex with a Chinese spy. But Marjorie Taylor Greene explains what the vote actually was, and she did so yesterday. Listen and watch this.
I got to correct something real quick.
Please.
So it's being reported that House Republicans unanimously voted to block the release of the Epstein files, and I want to straighten out the record right now. That is not true. If I could vote, okay. If I could vote to release the Epstein files, guys, you would have my vote. I would vote yes. Here's what just happened. It was a procedural vote, and we have these all the time. It's called a PQ. It's voting on the previous question. And if the Democrats had won the previous question, which I know sounds insane, it's one of these crazy rules in the House that are hard to understand, that means they would control the House floor. And that means they could bring up anything. They could bring up impeachment articles against President Trump. They could bring up a whole package of insane Democrat agenda items and force votes on the House floor on these things. That's what we voted against. We never allowed Democrats to have control of the House floor because we control the House floor.
Yes.
So it's a misunderstanding, and I just wanted to straighten that.
And finally, Tim Burchett, Republican of Tennessee, who I really like, and I think he speaks for most of America here when he says the following. Listen and watch this final clip.
Should there be an investigation or a special counsel investigation?
I don't know. I'm not an attorney. I just find them guilty and hang them publicly. I mean, that's not over the top either. I'm ready. I'm over it. It disgusts me. I'm big on clarity and transparency, and you know, that's good reason people don't trust government, either party.
But you don't believe what the Justice Department is saying?
I don't know. No, I don't. I don't trust them.
As they say in sports, it's getting late early. Trump and his administration, as well as the GOP-controlled House and Senate, may have plenty of substantive victories, but they're staring right down the barrel of a sensationalized loss. The only question is whether or not they can course correct, rectify the wrongs, possibly release the files, and avoid what has been crushing them for the last 10 days or so, which all started with poor communication. And that's the big take.
The Big Take on Kayal and Company.
Brought to you by the good folks at First Bank. If you're ready to drive your business and success with a trusted local partner, well, then you can count on First Bank for personalized support and smart solutions to help your business grow. First Bank, your trusted local partner for success. Visit myfirstbank.com to learn more. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. 855-839-1210, the number on X at 1210 WPHT. And, of course, let it rip in the YouTube chat. And this is one of these things where I think you can be completely against this entire administration while loving everything else that they have done so far. And that doesn't make you less of a supporter. The divide is now becoming very, very intense, maybe even beyond most of our liking. But you can be a principled, consistent individual, disagree with everything they're doing on these files, unless, of course, the files simply do not exist and still be a Trump person. Dawn Stensland, your thoughts on the infighting, the split from Trump, and yesterday's fiasco?
I think anytime you are put on the defense, there's a problem. And so for Trump, when you think about nearly $100 billion in new investment, you think about all the success stories that he's had, the fact that this story is still a story, and part of that is that, part of that is the mainstream media. They're hammering this home. That's all they're talking about day in and day out, 24/7. But for Trump, for him to say whatever Bondi thinks is credible, he thinks that you have Mike Johnson trying to say, oh, they should release all the files. Well, then just do it. I just think that the only one who has articulated anything in that entire piece that you just had was Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Right, explaining the difference between what they did versus what people thought they were doing.
So that was clarity right there.
Right.
At least she's saying, hey, they're trying to play us. They're trying to use Epstein or anything they can to try to get us to give, them control of the House floor. And that's what that was about. It was just a strategic game, if you will. So that was clarity. That was fantastic. I think what she said, everybody else, it just seems like they're skirting the issue. And that's no matter what anybody wants to say about this, that's the problem. It's the messaging, and messaging is what Trump, that's his thing. That's his wheelhouse.
And how often is Trump at the center of a story, and everything that Trump says or does is a story?
Mm-hmm.
But how often is he the center of a major, major story that the media can't let go of, that in many regards he has very little to do with, right? Like, this wasn't an inferno that Trump created. Remember, even back in that interview that I always recite, MLK, RFK, JFK, yes, Trump, and when he's asked about Epstein, and he was very hesitant to say that. It's not like he was over the top, bombastic, we are going to release the Epstein files. It was his administration. Now, you can, I guess, directly say it's his fault because, he tabbed these individuals. So, we could go down that road, and that's fair game. But usually it's something he specifically says or he specifically does. This time, it's the ancillary people around him that have created this raging inferno.
Yeah, and it's Bondi. So Bondi needs to just come out and say something that makes sense. In other words, why would you promise something twice, not once, but two different times on two different shows on different day parts? You promised, you claimed something was on your desk. You claimed on the Jesse Waters show, which for some bizarre reason, they play the second time that she promised it on a mid-morning show on Fox. But the big one was the first one, February 27th.
Mm-hmm.
We remember it well because we said, ooh, it's coming. It's going to happen Friday. And so she said, quote, that it was, she kept saying it's on my desk, but she said, quote, we are going to name names. So she needs to come out, and it's the old, she's got some splaining to do. She's got to say, I thought we had this list. We did not have the list. So either, explain that, because nobody has explained that. And the bottom line is, either you believe that she thought she had the list and then it evaporated, they destroyed it, or she just made a rookie move and was promising something, and that was this. Either way you look at it, she screwed this up. But I'll say one thing about the pedophile real quick here, and that is, we have 300,000 children who are still missing, who were brought into this country. And so for anybody on the left to dare to talk about pedophiles when you have human trafficking, child sex trafficking, pedophile, sicko trafficking, whatever you want to call it, that's the left's, that's on them.
Right, that's fair.
They are responsible for that.
Correct.
And Tom Homan and Trump has shut down the border and shut all that down. But the problem is now you have all these missing kids.
Right.
I love the fact that Pam Bondi is the fall person for this. Like, it is, like, we all know this all comes down to Trump. Trump is making every decision.
Right.
Every single one.
It's a good point.
So you can't sit here and say that it's Pam Bondi is the fault for this.
Right.
She's not.
Well, that's what I said earlier. She's the scapegoat. She's the low-hanging fruit. Honestly, if you want transparency, what needs to happen is there needs to be a major sit down in front of the assembled media. And for the most transparent administration of all time, I don't need Marco Rubio. I don't need Susie Wiles. I don't need this person to the left or that person to the right. Should be Trump and Bondi right there. If you want to throw in Bongino and Patel, that would make it must-see television. And they should just sit up there and answer every single question until the media exasperates themselves with whatever questions they have.
You can't have it both ways. You cannot tread in the water of quote unquote conspiracy theories and stoke them and love them and profit off of them, and then when you're the one with the power, say, well, there's actually nothing to see here. You can't have it both ways.
I don't think a lot of people are doing that though. I saw a video a few days ago, and again, take it for what it's worth. I'm not a huge fan of his. Alex Jones was crying. Now, this could be a totally fabricated thing. He was crying because he was so disgusted with this administration not releasing what they said they would do. This is a guy who, is about as ardent of a Trump guy as you get.
All you have to do with Alex Jones is when he was deposed and he was in his divorce thing, and his wife was trying to take all you have to know about Alex Jones is when he was really pressed about it, he said, everything I do is an act.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's all you have to know about Alex Jones. He said that under oath. Everything I do is an act. So therefore, everything he says is crap.
Tucker Carlson, another ardent Trump guy. He is obviously on the other side here. And then you have those. Remember yesterday I cited how Charlie Kirk received a phone call from Trump and then said he was no longer going to talk about the story. Well, then yesterday, he went right back to talking about it and had somebody on, I forget who it is, I could pull it up on his X feed. He had a big interview and a big guest talking about what? Epstein, right? You can't avoid it. And, Dawn made a great point about playing or being on defense and not playing offense. They just had incredible June border numbers that were released. Nobody cares about it. They just had some stuff that was negative on the tariff front, despite inflation inflation down, wages up. Some of the tariff stuff is starting to impact certain goods and industries. And believe it or not, the mainstream media is not talking about that a ton. What it is very interesting, and Greg brought up, is the fact that now the media is about this, which is very interesting because they were hushed for a while, as were the Democrats,
for
right?
Years. For
right?
years.
And that just goes to show you how big this thing could be, how deep it goes. Because when Trump's opposition is silent on something, it tells me that they're complicit in this as well. They have people that they're protecting. The Democrats are protecting people. The Republicans are protecting people. The media is protecting people. Hollywood's protecting Hollywood. Politicians are protecting politicians. If it's as bad as we suspect, that explains the lack of coverage and now the onslaught of coverage.
Can I just say one thing too? Everybody's saying just release the files. Literally everybody's saying that. That is, you can't just release the files. I mean, there are, there's going to be names that are going to need to be redacted. These pages will be redacted too, and so that's going to even further stoke the conspiracy fire. So you can't just release the files because it's just legally you can't do that.
That's what Dershowitz said.
What's interesting about this to me is how many times this story has changed. That's all. If they were just saying, "Hey, look, there's countless DVDs, CDs, hard drives, whatever they have." That we have to go through, we have to blur out. There's files that we need to go over, redact. It takes time. Everybody understands that. But now they're coming out saying, "No, this is all just a hoax. Case closed. Nothing to see here." Like the story has changed a million times. So what do you expect us to believe?
To me, it's simple though. You obviously redact victims' names. Nobody wants to see the victims' names. Nobody should be privy to that. And honestly, yes, we care about victims, but we don't need to know their name. So, but we know there are victims. So that's irrelevant. Just give us the names of the perpetrators. And I know a list technically doesn't exist. It's not like Epstein had a sheet of paper and he wrote 1 to 27, Bill Gates and Leonardo DiCaprio or whoever, right? Like that list, you have to comb through it, right? So release that. And as far as the releasing of said files, I believe it was Dershowitz that said this, or maybe another legal scholar, attorney out there. It's not Trump that's holding up the release of this. It's multiple judges that have demanded, through the power of being a judge, that these certain files cannot be revealed to the public.
In my opinion, we're going to find out someday that Jeffrey Epstein was an access agent for the CIA. That's somebody that helps them provide, fill the gap, help bridge the gap between the CIA and individuals with access. It has something to do with Israel, the Mossad. And the reason I say that, look who was on the list. And look at the timing, Greg, of this. When they released that there was nothing here, this was a nothing burger, it was Sunday, the Sunday before the Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu was to come here. To me, I will always believe that he's an access agent for the CIA.
So Trump is protecting an access agent.
I don't know
from
what the
CIA?
heck happened, but I think there's just
like that. It just makes no sense.
Does Trump have the authority to release him, is my question.
He's the president of the United States. He has the authority to do whatever he wants to do.
Do we have the clip? I thought it was Dershowitz. I could be wrong. I know I had a clip that I think I sent where
Of Dershowitz,
somebody's
yes.
saying that the judges are the ones holding this up.
It was Dershowitz. Let's play that on the other side.
Okay. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in. We'll give you that clip, as well as, speaking of clips and footage, it appears it was not just a 1 minute omission in the DOJ's release of the Epstein cell video. It was actually 3 minutes worth.
Shocking.
3 minutes worth, according to reports. We'll get into that on the other side. And also, Rolling Stone with an exclusive as they spoke to multiple feds about how Epstein hired private investigators to intimidate FBI agents. Kayal and Company, back after this.
You've heard me talk about replacing my windows and doors with Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding for years now. If you're thinking about redoing your siding, right now is the perfect time. Chapman is currently offering 20% off all siding. That's whether you want the fiber cement siding or vinyl. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding has you covered. Siding, well, it's not just for curb appeal. It acts as that protective barrier against all the harsh weather of all seasons. With more than 30 years of experience, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding, they complete every project with such care, impeccable precision. And they also go the extra mile to work with you on all the different styles, all the options that best fit your home and your budget. Don't put this off. Take advantage. 20% off. What are you waiting for? 20% off. Experience the Chapman difference for yourself. And Chapman also offers 18-month interest-free financing. Call or text them 610-431-8898, 610-431-8898, ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Take a virtual tour, before and afters. I love looking at those before and afters. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was gonna unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
If you're still waiting for a sign, here's another one. At California Psychics, we reject 98% of the psychics who apply to work for us. So we only connect you with the best. That's how we can guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And right now, new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. If that's not a sign, I don't know what is. Dramatic sound effect incoming. Experience the joy of certainty at CaliforniaPsychics.com.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. I want to tell you about my friend and my dentist, Dr. Mike Veneria. You know, for me, for my family, it's all about care. That's what matters most, and that's why my entire family goes to Dr. Mike Veneria. When it comes to a complicated dental procedure, for over 10 years in a row, Dr. Mike has been recognized as a master of complex, masterful dentistry. In fact, other dentists send their patients to him. Even other doctors have chosen Dr. Mike as their dentist. See, it's not about cost, it's about care. And you don't want to go to those chain dental offices, forget those. He has 2 very convenient locations for you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury. So go there and see him. He's the guy, and he's worth the drive no matter where you're coming from, because you don't want to go to the closest dentist. You want to go to the best dentist, the guy who cares. That's Dr. Mike Veneria, the best of the best. So make your appointment to see Dr. Mike today. If you already got an estimate for that dental implant, get a second opinion from Dr. Mike. It's worth doing. Just reach out to him at 856-786-2020 or VeneriaDental.com, VANARIA, VeneriaDental.com.
Now, you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Wild day yesterday on the Hill. The Speaker of the House calling for the full release of the files and explanations from the DOJ. Dozens of members of Congress calling for Ghislaine Maxwell to testify. Even the Maxwell family calling for all evidence to be released. And Donald Trump saying twice yesterday that the DOJ should release the, quote, credible files. What are the credible files? We wait and see. But does it come down to a judge? I believe we have Alan Dershowitz and his theory as to why this is being held up. Let's listen to this.
Is the government hiding a client list or anything that the Trump administration could release tonight?
No, there is no client list. There never has been a client list. A client list suggests that Jeffrey Epstein made a list of people to whom he trafficked women. What there is a redacted FBI affidavit from accusers. There are several of them. From accusers that accuse Jeffrey, that accuse various people of having improper sex. And that has been redacted. The names of the people accused have been blacked out. Now, of course, because I was the lawyer and I did only investigations, I know who all these people are. I could figure out, based on everything that I saw, who Mr. X is, Mr. Y is, and Mr. Z. I can tell you right now, none of them are public figures who are currently in office. Some of them were previously in office. Some of them are dead. But there is no client list. And the redactions could be undone if you go to court. So many of the things that are being suppressed by 2 judges in Manhattan. And they're doing it largely to protect the alleged accusers who are, in the view of the judges, victims, even though we don't know what their actual status is.
All right.
But
that's good. That's perfect right there. That's exactly what I was looking for. So then these two judges in New York need to have their feet held to the fire, and those names that have been blacked out need to be unblacked out. And I want names, even if they're dead. I also want previous politicians that are alive, no longer in office, like Dershowitz just said. And I also want to know beyond politics, because there's a lot of people that believe there's a lot of wealthy celebrities out there as well. I want them all. I want the full name. I want the full ledger, as they say in The Untouchables.
Wasn't Dershowitz on a massage table in his tighty whities or something like that? I don't know.
He was accused of that.
Oh, was he?
Because one of the accusers supposedly named him.
Right.
And named him, thought he was one of the Johns who came to the island, and then she went back and retracted it.
Right. She got the wrong
Dershowitz.
She got the wrong
description.
Little creepy guy.
Right. The wrong
I don't
Harvard
mean to
attorney.
laugh, 'cause it's gross.
No, you're right. It is.
I don't. When it comes to this matter, I don't believe what Dershowitz says. I just don't.
So you don't think he knows all the names? I think he knows the names when he says he
Well,
can't.
I know,
he knows who X, Y, and Z are.
I mean, I know he was Epstein's lawyer. I know that there was, you know, he was in that circle. But again, just because you're in that circle does not necessarily mean you're
Correct.
You're partaking.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like that's the thing. Everybody's like, you know, Bill Clinton was on the thing and Donald Trump was on the thing, but that doesn't mean that either one of them were involved in any of this.
Because you were at a party with them or on a plane with them.
Exactly.
Doesn't mean you were on the island. It doesn't mean that you engaged in the heinous activity. 855-839-1210. Our buddy Craig in Maryland is with us. What's going on, Craigie?
Hey, what's up, dude? And dudettes. Yeah, a couple things. One is this whole thing where, you know, people want to hear about the economy and this. No, we don't. Everybody wants to hear the train wreck. They want to see you know, when a plane crashed in India, nobody was talking about how great things were in the economy. You know, you want to see the plane crash. That being said, I think that Trump's waiting. My theory is he's waiting until after the midterms, and then he's going to burn everything down. Because once he has the last 2 years with his side in charge playing, if you don't win the midterms, it's all irrelevant. It's all shutting down anyway.
That's fair.
That being said, that's, you know, so he wants to get the midterms, and at that point, I think a lot of people are in deep crap.
I do think he wants to get to midterms and obviously be able to sustain power and put his full agenda to task. But if you were to tell me right now, Nick, make a call, yes or no, will these files ever be unredacted and listed and released?
They can't be.
The answer to me is no.
They can't be unredacted because there are victims' names there who are underage. I'm
talking about the blacked out suspects, which what Dershowitz said. To get those unblacked out, you'd have to go to court.
Gotcha.
Right. I don't think that will ever happen. Certainly the victims' names are never coming out, nor should they. Paul is in Deptford. Paul, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, good morning, guys. If you look at the timing of the Better Business or big beautiful bill being passed first, I think Trump strong-armed people on that list to vote for his bill, and then the next day or the day after they said, "Oh, there's no list here," and there's got to be a list because Ghislaine Maxwell's still alive.
Mm-hmm.
She's got the list with her attorneys in different parts of the world that can't be touched by our U.S. politicians, and you know, upon her death, these things will get released. And what smarmy guy, scummy guy, is not going to have a list when he's got that type of power over these people?
Yeah. Well, the power is fascinating, Paul.
Here's the thing, Paul, is that I don't think that there's actually a list, but I do think that there are, you know, I think it's on record that there are CDs and DVDs of. In fact, one was like girl nude pics or something like that. Like it's like there's evidence.
But also their preferences, the preferences of these people that have been down to Pedo Island many times. If somebody went there once, it's like, okay, I got a bad feeling. I don't want to be here again. Someone goes there a second time, it's like, yeah, they're offering me this stuff still. I still don't want to be here. Guys to go a third and fourth time, they can check all this through the flight records that these guys were there for one reason, and it wasn't to transact business.
Yeah.
Ghislaine Maxwell, when he mentions Ghislaine, look at her father, Robert Maxwell, media mogul in Britain, a friend to Israel, a fascinating character who died mysteriously in the early 90s. She had spoken out in the 90s and said she believed her father was murdered and that her father, she believes, did not, quote, commit suicide. Sound familiar? And so I just think there's more to this whole thing with Mossad access agents. I think everybody's barking up the wrong tree. That's just my feeling.
Well, I don't disagree with anything you're saying, Stenson. I really don't. Like, I do think that there are a lot of powerful people that we might want to protect. Why would the Trump administration care about protecting Israeli,
Oh, it's funny you say that. Here's Brian on X. Brian Reed tweets, I truly believe Trump has a good reason not to release this list. The fact that some of the names are high officials in certain countries, they will be used as assets for the U.S. I hate pedophiles, but we also need to look at the bigger picture, U.S. security first. I'm not sure that flies with a lot of people. What do you mean U.S. security? What is really at risk here? And we're the baddest country on the planet. I mean, all of a sudden we're going to get nuked because
here's the thing I want to know. There is a woman sitting in jail right now for sex trafficking. Sex trafficking. There has to be people that partook in said sex trafficking. So why? So there's a crime that somebody has been committed for. Where are the people that committed said crime for this person? Right. That's my question.
And Epstein was doing his freaky deaky stuff for decades. So where are those? To your point, the victims are now, I don't know, in their 40s and 30s, 40s, 50s, whatever. So we never hear. I mean, Virginia Giuffre, she mysteriously committed suicide in Australia just last spring. What a coincidence! She was the most vocal, but it seems like they shut everybody else down. I mean, all those victims,
right? Nobody else talks.
Where are they?
Right?
Nobody else is talking. And what about the 14-year-old girl who kicked off the case back in, and that was going to get Epstein, and he obviously had that secret deal under the Bush administration. Where's that 14-year-old girl now?
Well,
why isn't she speaking out? What about her parents?
They probably were either paid off big time or intimidated big time.
Second
or both.
word, or both.
Or both.
The thing that it's rich to me because you're right. The Democrats who are mum about this now all of a sudden are we need justice. We need justice. Right. What a bunch of phony MFers they are. But you can't sit here and say it's not the Trump Circle and MAGA that stoked this fire.
Agreed.
It's been stoked by MAGA for years now. So we can't have it. We can't have it both ways.
Right.
We just can't. Like, it's either all the conspiracy theories were wrong, then why is somebody sitting in jail for sex trafficking?
Right.
All the conspiracy theories are wrong, or somebody's lying to us. Those are the only two possibilities right now.
To your point with
the Trump administration is lying to us.
And to your point with crimes and being charged, Richard Antaro echoes that. He says it's difficult to release the names of alleged perpetrators because there have been no convictions of those people. So we will never see those names unless they are indicted.
We need somebody.
Right.
I mean, it's almost like, gladiators. We need some blood. And so right now...
we need some red meat.
Right. It's Bondi blood, but I don't think that even satisfies it, to your points.
Yep. Oh, she's the fall person for it.
She is right now, but I think they need to release somebody.
Yeah.
Somebody who's on that list, and then everybody go, okay. I just think it doesn't ring true.
Yeah.
The whole thing doesn't ring true.
One more thing about this, and we're way over. You think if Bill Clinton was on some video, some list, something, you think somebody in the MAGA world is not releasing that? Come on. Think all this stuff through logically. And again, 4 years ago, if Trump was on any of this, you don't think the Democrats are releasing it?
No doubt, yes.
So with all of this, I'm just like, so is it what Dawn said, that it's a bunch of Mossad and Israeli?
Because it has to be an ally. The fact that they released this and said there's nothing, this is a nothing burger, nothing to see here on Sunday, and Netanyahu is coming within 36 hours. I just think that makes sense to me. It's an ally. It's somebody we don't want to be embarrassed by all of this. If they were using, if Israel, I'm saying, what if Israel was using him as an access agent to get intelligence dirt You know what I'm saying?
You know what they should
We don't
do?
want to embarrass one of our critical allies, who, by the way, Trump loves.
Right. You know what you should do?
He is his buddy.
I'm looking at Ghislaine Maxwell. Pulled up her info on Google. She's 63. She'll be 64 on Christmas Day, December 25th. Offer her immunity to spill all the beans.
But do you really think she's going to tell the truth?
I don't know. What does she have to lose? She's in prison for the rest of her life, basically.
Her life! She's going to die!
Here's a prediction. Ghislaine Maxwell found dead in her cell this Christmas morning.
There's gonna be 3 minutes of that videotape from that cell that's gonna go missing too.
All right, we're way over.
Pardoned?
Should we just get right to Dawn's news now?
I want to get right to Dawn's news now. I don't want to break and come back at 7:10. You know what I mean?
Round number 2 of the news. Kayal and Company, hour 2. Rolling from hour 1 into hour 2.
That's what we do here.
And we don't have 3 minutes of missing footage, as you can see on YouTube. Dawn, take it away.
We are transparent.
We are. Most transparent show on radio.
Amen,
Thank you.
brother. So this is Wednesday, Tony Bruno Day, because it's Wednesday, July 16th, and it's a hot one, 77 degrees, heating up to 92, but those feel-like temperatures in the hundreds. So be safe, baby, and drink your water. We are sponsored by Independence Seaport Museum this Wednesday morning. So as we look at Capitol Hill, there's a lot going on in D.C. I know we will get to that, as Vice President J.D. Vance casting 2 tie-breaking votes in the Senate yesterday to move forward that $9.4 billion rescissions package, cutting federal funding, among other things, from PBS to NPR. So the Senate, they deadlocked 50-50 on those 2 procedural votes. So this is something that was voted, the House voted for it. Now they kick it to the Senate. The Senate yesterday was deadlocked on this one. And then they made some, basically their revisions. That's what this is. And so they started debate on this multi-billion dollar spending clawback package, if you will, before the Vice President Vance's votes advanced the measure as requested by the White House. Notably, 3 Republicans, Senator Mitch McConnell, Republican from Kentucky, Lisa Murkowski, Republican from Alaska, Susan Collins, Republican from Maine, joining the Democrats, all 100% of the Democrats in opposition. That's why they needed J.D. Vance to step in on this thing. So today, they continue with the Senate, and then it'll be popped back to the House. That's because they needed revisions. Do you know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So they needed the revisions. So now the House has to go back and vote on the revisions on this.
Murkowski and Collins at this point might as well just flip parties and put a D in front of their name.
Well, it's interesting that you say that, Nick, because I will say that Collins came out and explained this in great detail. She said that this rescissions package, I call it a revision package, but the rescissions package, she says, has a big problem because she says nobody really knows what program reductions are in it. She said it lacks clarity, it lacks details, and she gave some detailed examples of this. So she said it covers, as she was concerned about some narrow things that she wanted because they're arguing over the details. Mm-hmm. Okay, so one of them was, she said the development, she knew that J.D. Vance, they all look at this and they know that J.D. Vance, they have the votes.
Sure.
So she knew it was going to pass.
Well, at least she's reading it, unlike Marjorie Taylor Greene. So that's a step in the right direction.
To your point. So she said she was concerned specifically about $2.5 billion in proposed cuts of the development assistance account, which she says covers everything from basic education to water to sanitation to food security. So she didn't want to cut that. That was like her little thing that she also mentioned specifically popular programs like Antiques Roadshow and Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood.
Oh, no.
With PBS.
My son loves the Daniel Tiger Neighborhood.
Oh.
Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood, whatever that is.
So she was basically saying, she said she agrees with NPR. She doesn't like how biased they are and whatnot. But basically was saying, save Antiques Roadshow and Daniel Tiger's Neighborhood.
Yeah.
So I kind of got a kick out of the fact that she wanted to pull those details out.
But to the point that we've made on this show a billion times is that these shows can stand on their own 2 feet.
Yes.
Like there will be sponsors knocking down the door to advertise on Daniel Tiger and Antique Roadshow.
Oh God, yeah.
So it's such an antiquated. We don't need it anymore. Just stop.
Yeah.
Just stop. Daniel Tiger will be just fine.
I've tried to separate the two divisions of kids entertainment versus the news wing, right? Like we've talked about just how biased and not even left leaning. I mean, they fall over to the left. They tumble towards the Pacific. That's what I'm talking about from a defunding standpoint, and more importantly, a bias standpoint. The kids programming, that's, knock yourself out.
President Trump championing more than $100 billion in new private sector investments in artificial intelligence and energy infrastructure yesterday here in Pennsylvania's center stage in Pittsburgh at that summit that was hosted by Senator Dave McCormick. His wife Dina, it was her brainchild, if you will. Senator McCormick giving her credit, but saying AI will lead Pennsylvania back to being an industrial powerhouse to compete with China. So great news for the Commonwealth. Big story here locally. We are sponsored by Independent Seaport Museum. Cool off this summer at Paddle Penn's Landing, part of the Independent Seaport Museum. So you can rent a paddle boat, rubber ducky, or flamingo, explore Philly's waterfront with family and friends, Fridays through Sundays, 2 to 7 p.m. Learn more, phillyseaport.org/paddle. Obviously, Kyle Schwarber making huge news with an incredible
MVP
record. Yes, he's the MVP. It's pretty cool.
I love that guy.
All-star.
Love that guy. Favorite player right now.
He's our forever star, Kyle Schwarber. We love you, Schwarbomber, but we don't love the heat that is oppressive today, Nick Kayal.
That is right, Dawn. 78 degrees going up to 92 today. Chance of a scattered storm with heavy rainfall, but it's going to clear out relatively quickly. And then we are in the clear as of now until Sunday. There you go. Kayal and Company News Live. All right, a couple of things to get to. We will get to the Biden auto pen media blackout as well as a little bit of Hollywood box office stuff I want to touch on. But just to wrap here in the next 3 minutes or so on the Epstein stuff, two things that I think is interesting to point out. So for those that love the Epstein conversation, you're going to get another 180 seconds of flesh. If you're all Epsteined out, well, too bad. The Jeffrey Epstein prison video that was recently released by the DOJ has now almost 3 minutes that were cut out. Not 1 minute like originally reported by Wired.com. The outlet says the raw video was stitched together, which we knew, by Adobe Premiere Pro editing software. But here's the new details and specifics. It's not only just two files. Quote, further analysis shows that one of the source clips was approximately 2 minutes and 53 seconds longer than the segment included in the final video, indicating that footage appears to have been trimmed before release. The file was actually edited and saved several times over a period of more than 3.5 hours back on May 23rd of 2025. Both analyses found that the two clips labeled May 22nd, 2025 and May 21st, 2025 were stitched together. The first clip is 4 hours, 19 minutes, and 16 seconds long, but only the first 4 hours, 16 minutes, and 23 seconds appear in the published version for the American public, meaning nearly 2 minutes and 53 seconds were cut off from the end. That according to metadata, and the cut occurs at 11:58 and 58 seconds p.m. on your clock.
And they say the explanation for that is that it's the change of day, right?
Change of day, and then also for clarity purposes and enhancing in editing software, basically, to translate that into today's social media world, it's like putting a filter on a picture, right? To make it look different than it really is, or to add some enhanced ability to it so it comes off looking better. I want to know what is on those 2 minutes and 53 seconds, right?
We're never going to know.
Of course, we'll
right?
never know.
We'll never know.
We'll never know.
It'll be, and that's the thing about this story that keeps it alive, is that there are so many unanswered questions. Nobody will ever be satisfied with any, they could literally release everything.
Yep.
And people would be like, they're still hiding something. They're still hiding something. But the drips and drabs of things, of information that's coming out and changing, that's what makes it such a people are like, why are you guys all so obsessed with it? I mean, this story has literally everything for, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
And it's so, does the average person, you know what I mean, who's just on vacation this week or, working 9 to 5, do they care so much?
I'll tell you, if I was on
it,
vacation this week, I would not be thinking about Jeffrey Epstein.
But like for what we do and for, the social media world, I mean, this is gold for a lot of people. And a lot of people have made a lot of money off of it.
Of course.
You know what I mean? Who are now in high positions in this administration.
Mm-hmm. Lastly, real quickly, Rolling Stone. Multiple federal law enforcement officials spoke to Rolling Stone on the condition of anonymity, say that Jeffrey Epstein hired private investigators to follow, intimidate, and surveil FBI special agents. These new allegations about the pressure exerted on the FBI come after the internal divisions within Trump's administrations. Trump officials confessed to Rolling Stone last week that the DOJ's unwillingness to further release Epstein-related documents would inflame an already impatient and riled up base. Quote, "They're going to be so mad at us," one official said. Trump's pledge to release, blah, 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 blah. Think about this. My big takeaway from this. One man with tons of wealth, yet he has no discernible skill set, which means to me he made his wealth off of blackmailing successful people that were sick. You have one sick person, and he can punk an entire agency, if this is true, or this is merely agency spin to Rolling Stone and a cover-up where they're covering their asses. But, I mean, you're telling me that the FBI was intimidated by Jeffrey Epstein? That makes the Secret Service's incompetence on July 13th almost becomes secondary to me. An entire agency, the FBI was this weak. They allowed this little booger to Jeffrey Epstein. That guy couldn't punch his way out of a paper bag, and he's got the entire agency intimidated. Interesting. All right, we're done with Epstein until somebody says something stupid later today, and we'll talk about it tomorrow. Kayal and Company as we continue, but first a word from our friends at Piazza Acura. Exciting news for the Piazza Auto Group and the Acura brand because they were just named America's Best Value Luxury Brand in Kelley Blue Book's 2025 Consumer Choice Awards. I was an Acura owner for 12 years. It's the perfect balance of having that luxury vehicle but not being strapped with that massive payment. And that means top performance, cutting-edge technology, and unmistakable style, all with long-term value that you can trust. From the sporty Integra to the all-new ADX, Acura delivers more for your drive and your dollar. Visit Piazza Acura, 3 locations, Ardmore, Reading, or Westchester, or anytime, piazzaacura.com.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. Openphone.com/FREE.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. So treat yourself with savings. Heart Healthy Omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. It's all at res-q.com or call 800-262-5483.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
I want to learn how to cook, but I keep ordering takeout.
I plan to rearrange my closet, but I stopped after picking the clothes up off the floor.
Accomplishing goals is hard, but when your goal is to learn a new language, Babbel makes it easy. In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel's award-winning language learning app will help you start speaking another language. Start having conversations in as little as 3 weeks.
Comment tu t'appelles?
Comment tu t'appelles?
Vous êtes où?
Vous êtes où?
Babbel's bite-sized lessons make it easy to learn words and phrases you'll actually use. So when someone asks,
"How's your French going?"
you can say,
Babbel est amusant et facilite grandement l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle langue. Et cela ne prend que 15 minutes par jour.
when you want to really learn another language, it starts with Babbel. Babbel, language for life, celebrating over 16 million subscriptions sold. Now save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415, or find them online at retirereadyfg.com. And get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC. NPN number 2083768.
WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3 Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my 2 sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Tune in to the Crash Proof Retirement Show Saturdays at 11 a.m. to hear Joanne Small-Canella and Tracy Stillman. The Crash Proof Retirement Show, Saturday mornings at 11 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Pastor Brad Lacey here, First Baptist Church, Conshohocken. Join us Saturdays for the great message and be blessed. 5 a.m. right here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Follow Talk Radio 1210 on Instagram and Facebook at 1210 WPHT.
$7:24, Kayal and Company. It's a Wednesday morning. Tony Bruno and the cut sheet in just about 20 minutes' time. Don't forget, Fight Club. 9-10, fights equal ratings. And a big shout out. We had a handful of donations yesterday for the bike ride. I forget the names off the top of my head. I could check my phone, check my email. But we are, I think, almost at $18,000. Like $17,900 and change.
You're wrong.
Are we higher than that?
Yeah.
Or eclipsed 18 grand.
18,540.
Oh, wow.
Woo!
So we just need $1,500 to make $20,000.
Yeah.
So either 1,500 listeners right now donate $1.
Just one.
To $1. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Or Master of the Universe. Right now, just write a $1,500 check. All the money, like I said, goes to help victims, families of police officers killed in the line of duty.
That is correct. 855-839-1210 if you want to jump in.
GregStalkerSucks.com. Go there right now.
Yeah,
please,
man.
Please help us get there by 9 o'clock.
I have a very serious question for you.
Yes.
No, I have never kissed a horse.
Nick, can you scrunch your brow?
Can I?
Like scrunch your eyes together, like you're
that?
questioning something.
Like
Let me
this?
see.
How's that?
Scrunch.
Am I not scrunched?
Well, the YouTube chat is wondering if you got Botox.
Oh.
Because your forehead has no. So they're asking if you. And I said, well, he's not really scrunching.
Close.
You know what I mean?
Do a close up.
I'm ready for my close up, Mr. DeVille.
All right.
Philonquist.
Is that good? Is that a scrunch? I don't know. Can I?
Like to or go, huh? Like like scrunch your forehead. Yeah. See. So he didn't get Botox.
No. First of all, I don't have the money for Botox. Secondly, I don't care that much. And third, if I'm doing any injections, it's not going to be for Botox. It's going to be to lose my gut.
See, there he's scrunching.
I always called it scrunching.
See?
You go scrunching.
Scrunch. I didn't know the proper word, but see.
Damned if I know.
So we have solved. See how transparent we are?
Yes.
Like problem solved, question answered.
Yeah.
All right. So
Not
you
problem.
go scrunching, I go scrunching. You go ketchup, I go
Mustard.
Bruno in 15, 20 minutes. So the White House investigating the Biden use of the auto pen in a sprawling probe of incompetent and senile former president, which is interesting. They are now alleging that there could be well over 25,000 documents and records that have the Biden auto pen on. And logical analysis would be, well, did Joe have any idea that his John Hancock was going on said document? But of course, in the media, they will not talk about it. Newsbusters and Media Research Center, which does a great job of tracking what is discussed and for how long and on what networks by the mainstream media. Very fascinating. ABC, CBS, and NBC silent thus far on the Biden AutoPen bombshell, and this was published yesterday, July 15th at 1:34 p.m. Now, it's interesting. You might say, well, they're infatuated with Epstein and Trump. The coverage there from the mainstream media is still very small. My guess, and they don't say in the article, my guess is they are still rambling and fawning over illegal immigration, deportations, ICE, alligator Alcatraz, detention, maybe some economic news. But here are the details. Newsbusters writes the following. On Sunday, former President Biden's handlers made the inexplicable decision to throw him out in public and have an interview with the New York Times. After looking at the transcript of Biden's answers, he came off as rather incoherent. Despite all that, the major broadcast networks of ABC, CBS, and NBC completely ignored this on their flagship morning shows on Monday and Tuesday, and this squared with a June 23rd study by Jeff Dickens that found zeros across the board on the Biden use of AutoPen. Axios' Alex Thompson pulls out a key passage in this article from the New York Times. Unsurprisingly, Times reporters Charlie Savage and Tyler Pager tried to put a positive spin on this for Biden, most notably their headline and subhead, quote, Biden says he made the clemency decisions that were recorded with the AutoPen. Donald J. Trump and his allies have begun investigations to support their claims that Joseph R. Biden Jr. was incapacitated and his staff conspired to make and take presidential actions in his name. Now you say, okay, well, what about the Epstein stuff, right? Well, ABC, CBS, and NBC, as of Monday and Tuesday combined, they covered the Epstein story for a total of 9 minutes and 28 seconds. That is pretty remarkable. I don't know how you can be a respected, credible journalist in 2025. You spend zero time on the AutoPen, and then even with Epstein, which, you know, the angle is on the Trump, the spotlight is on the Trump administration. You would think legacy media would be all over that. And with 3 networks, 2 days of all the programming that they have, from morning news shows to the evening shows, we'll omit the local stuff like, 6 to 6:30 on Action News. And then the national news, which is what? Is that an hour or is that a half hour?
Half hour.
It's a half hour. 9 minutes and 28 seconds on Epstein? Now, I don't watch these shows, but I'm sitting here and I'm wondering, what else are they covering? What are they talking about? I'm guessing the border and deportations and the way these people are being treated in alligator Alcatraz. Oh my God, the mosquitoes are too big and it's way too cool in here. The air conditioning, we don't get enough water. We have our toilet. It doesn't flush strong enough. That is a disgrace. And Dawn, you're the journalist on the show. Hell, you not only are a journalist, you teach journalism, and they are omitting one story completely and kind of dancing around the edges on another big bombshell.
Bias by omission. And I'm sure they would say, oh, we covered it, but they bury it somewhere. It's a little 20-second voiceover.
Yeah, and you know what I've noticed, too? In a lot of these media analysis pieces from different companies, they go on to say that said network, well, they threw in a line or a paragraph in their digital publication, right? Like ABC News might not have covered this from 6:30 to 7 p.m. on television, but if you go to the story on abcnews.com and you scroll down to paragraph 3, sentence 2 and 3, you'll see that they talked about it here. Like it's almost their way of covering their you-know-what and saying, well, no, we gave it some attention. And, of course, you won't find that unless you go out there and start scrolling and digging and looking for this stuff. You survey the websites and look at all the different stuff, the headlines, and just kind of, analyze and, scan the global spectrum, so to speak. It's amazing how they'll just slip something in there to almost check off a box to say that they're doing their job. To me, it's embarrassing.
Yeah, and they did cover, the New York Times interviewed Biden for that, Sunday that came out, where he's essentially providing cover, saying, I made every single one of those decisions. And so, I think this is hard. This is a hard thing to prove. The White House is they've launched this administration has launched the investigation into it.
Yeah.
As far as his pardons, the commutations, everything, could they overturn anything? I think that's tough to do because now all the aides, all they have to say is, oh no, he verbally told me.
Right.
And Biden was almost in that New York Times interview, it was almost written out by a lawyer.
Yeah.
It felt that way, didn't it?
It's almost like Joe Biden just blinked his eyes. Joe, you remember, I'm going to give you an old school throwback here of a movie. You remember the movie Turner and Hooch with Tom Hanks?
Absolutely.
And Carl Winslow
Yep.
and the dude from Cheers. So, I forget his name, by the way. I just call him the dude from Cheers.
Here's a movie that nobody's thought of.
This is amazing.
40 years.
Remember when Hooch has his mouth around the bad guy?
I do.
And Hanks is questioning him, and he says, "You're going to blink once for yes and two for no."
Yeah.
That's maybe that's all they did with Joe Biden. Joe, do you understand what we're about to put your John Hancock on? Blink once or blink twice. And that's all they did. So there you go. CNN actually covered it on CNN News Central for 2 full segments, according to Newsbusters. This is the auto pen. While MSNBC only made 1 direct mention of it on their blog publication, MSNBC, and they wonder why they've lost half of their audience. All right, speaking of audiences, I was thinking about this yesterday. There's a lot of people that are commenting on the Superman movie and also the state of Hollywood. And I thought it was interesting, and I did not even know this was a thing. I remember this movie came out 27, 28 years ago, something to that effect, late 90s. Remember Freddie Prinze Jr. and Jennifer Love Hewitt in I Know What You Did Last Summer. Apparently, because I saw something on one of the Hollywood feeds I follow on X, Jennifer Love Hewitt has packed on a few pounds.
Oh, no, not my gal.
A lot like yours truly. And she stuffed herself inside of a dress. Still looks tremendous.
Really?
Yeah. Not like me stuffing myself inside of a bike riding jersey. And apparently Freddie Prinze and Jennifer Love Hewitt are a part of the reboot, and it's coming out. I don't know what the release date is, but I Know What You Did Last Summer is coming back out. And we're seeing some...
Oh, she looks great. She looks fine.
Oh, I know. But the comments were, boy, she's packed on weight from her skinny days.
Phil, I know you're chomping at the bit to come in here, but can
Yes.
you... I'm going to send this to you right now, if you can put this up there, because people know, people remember her, right?
Of course.
Well, what was she, like a teenager or early
Yeah,
20s?
she was.
So-
That's the thing, is that you see her, when she's in her, early 20s. Everybody looks good in their early 20s.
Right. I looked incredible at 22.
Okay.
I was like Adonis.
Okay.
You know?
And Adonis, were you?
No, not really. So this movie's
I
coming
think I saw
out.
pictures of you. You looked older than you do
I
now.
did, yeah. That's why I went with the shaved head.
I know.
I had to upgrade
Yeah.
and look younger. So I was thinking about this yesterday with all the reviews for Superman, and it's interesting. There's a few people out there in conservative media ripping the movie and saying it was awful. I thought it was really good. I gave you the review on Monday, but it got me thinking about box office and who's really Hollywood's top, attraction right now. And Tom Cruise, remember, I think it was 2 or 3 summers ago, they did the Top Gun Maverick, Top Gun 2. That was incredible. Tom Cruise also, I think a month or 2 ago, they released another Mission Impossible. Dawn's been talking about Brad Pitt in F1, the Formula One racing movie. Superman, I thought, was really good without having a massive box office actor or actress in it. Brosnahan's probably the biggest star. She plays Lois Lane. But I was wondering, have we, and now that the fact, and Phil said this yesterday, Phil, once you get the picture of Jennifer up, come in here, Phil made a really good point. He says, they've run out of ideas, right? Like, how many things can you still actually create from a creative aspect in Hollywood, whether it's, the shows that you see on HBO or Showtime, TV sitcoms. That's why Netflix is worth $1,000 a share. Everything they do right now is absolute gold. And I have this list here of the top box office draws. I think Phil's putting up the picture right now.
By the way, I have a completely different take on this.
You do?
So I'm
Okay.
I'm very interested. So yeah, here's the video. She looks great. She looks great.
Oh, I still would.
She looks great.
Yes.
She looks fantastic.
Nothing
I
wrong
mean,
with that.
her backside's a little plump, but
That's all right.
we all
Yeah.
she's probably my age.
Yes.
So she's. Let me just look up her age, because I think.
Hey Siri, how old is
She's
Jennifer
46.
Love
Yes,
Hewitt?
yes, she's my
46.
age. So she is. She's in our 40s. We don't look like we did in our 20s.
No. Now imagine me in that dress.
Thank you, Phil. You can come in here.
Yes, and Phil, come in here. So I've got this list from Statista. Sam, it's the top box office earners in billions of dollars in U.S. dollars. So this is, I believe, Lifetime. Samuel L. Jackson, Robert Downey Jr., Chris Pratt, Scarlett Johansson, Tom Hanks, Tom Cruise, Bradley Cooper, Chris Hemsworth, Harrison Ford, Dwayne The Rock Johnson, Vin Diesel, Will Smith, Johnny Depp, Steve Carell, Eddie Murphy, Matt Damon, Mark Ruffalo. Goes from $5.8 billion down to $3.3 billion, and that's where I just cut the list off at for the sake of saving paper here.
Can I just say one other thing really quick?
Go ahead.
She and her husband have 3 kids. She had so her her youngest son Aiden he's only 3.5 years old.
Yeah.
And so, you know what I mean? It takes a little bit.
Pandemic baby.
Pandemic baby. It takes a little bit to, believe it or not, but wait till Aiden goes off to kindergarten. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But she looks fantastic.
Yeah.
And online, everybody's defending her.
Good, as they should. I think she looks great. So I'm looking at all of these names here, and how many of them are still very super active and putting out unbelievable content? I mean, The Rock has been the top draw for the last couple of years. Tom Cruise still has it. Brad Pitt's still hanging around. How many great actors are... I got to tell you, I know Superman's a big deal because of Superman. It was Superman as why I went. It had nothing to do with any cast member in that movie. How many people are you right now willing to say, if this man or woman puts out a movie in the summer,
wow,
I'm willing to go see?
It's a great
My
question.
list is like 3.
Mine's 2.
Is it 2? Okay.
Mine's 2.
Who?
It's Keanu Reeves and John Wick.
Keanu Reeves and John Wick.
And Tom Cruise.
And Tom Cruise.
And that's it.
Okay.
There's 0 for me.
Right.
There's not a person.
Yes, that is my point.
There's not a person that will get me to the box office. Yes, I would see Superman. I'm not going to go to the movie theater, but I would see Superman, to your point, Nick, because of Superman.
Yes. I mean, right now, Samuel L. Jackson, I can't tell you the last time. Now, look, I'm not a Hollywood buff, so I mean, you can IMDb me till your brains fall out. Some of these things might be out there and they're completely oblivious to me. But I mean, of the names that I listed, I mean, the last Bradley Cooper movie I saw would have to be American Sniper. And what was that, 2013, 2014? And I know he's a big deal. He's an Eagle fan. He's a Philly guy. The Rock. I haven't liked the Dwayne Johnson movie in 20 years. Everything he does, but it's meant for kids, right?
Sure.
Like I've taken my girls and they've seen Moana. What can I say except you? Well, the whole bit. I understand he's a draw for a certain demographic. Does nothing for me.
No.
Right?
Yeah.
Vin Diesel. I mean, how many Fast and the Furiouses can we do?
Your idea, though, what I said I disagree with you on is that they've run out of ideas. It's not that they've run out of ideas. It's that they're trying to capture a certain audience because people love nostalgia. Mm-hmm. People go to see nostalgia.
Right.
Like who's spending money to go to the movies? It's not kids. It's not like teenagers. It's people our age.
Yeah.
So they're like, hey, you know what'll get a 45-year-old in the movie theater if we re-release I Know What You Did Last Summer, because that'll take them back to when they were 19.
That's true.
You know what I mean? So they saw the original in the theater with their girlfriend or boyfriend at the time. They're gonna want to go again because it's gonna relive that memory.
Yeah.
So it's not that they've run out of ideas. It's just that they're cashing in on this nostalgia craze.
To the point of that, with Will Smith, he's on this list, $3.74 billion. I mean, if it's not Bad Boys, and they've done that 3 or 4 times, I haven't seen a Will Smith movie probably since I Am Legend, which was, 17, 18 years ago?
At least.
I was just getting married, I think, at the time. So my life ended at that point, and that was it.
Well, Will Smith tarnished his career with the smack
the
to
slap
to Chris Rock.
It was amazing.
So he's trying to. He was out, I think, on the streets of Philly or something like that. He was rapping again. You know what I mean? Like he's trying anything he could possibly do to re-image himself because it's not a great image of him right now.
I know Trump supporters don't like Tom Hanks anymore because he parodied them on SNL. But Tom Hanks, I mean, he's doing like voiceover for animated movies now,
which you make a ton of money.
Sure.
By the way, the marvelous Mrs. Maisel and House of Cards, call back to our YouTube chat. Rachel Brosnahan, I'm hearing, is the best Lois Lane. Going back to Margot Kidder.
And sneaky sexy.
She's
sneaky sexy. Like
she's fantastic.
At first you're like, oh, she's cute. She's pretty. You take her home to mom. And then you're like, wow, smoking hot.
Phil, did you see Superman?
No, I have not seen Superman.
Are you going to see it?
It's funny you say that because I was telling Nick the other day that I was driving home from somewhere over the weekend, and my wife goes, do you want to see Superman? You're probably not going to like it because it's woke.
See?
But it's not.
And I said, and that's what I said. I said, people I know, I was thinking of Nick and Rich, have seen the movie, and they said it's not.
No,
so
it's great.
I'd be willing to see it.
Perfect for if you have a son or a daughter that's 8 or 9 years old into action movies and superheroes. It's funny. It's kind of cheesy at times. There's a super dog. Like Superman has a super dog.
Did you never read the comics, bro?
No, I'm not a comic guy.
Crypto.
Have you seen it?
Crypto was
really
Superman's dog? Yes.
Yeah, they've never put the dog in any of the TV or movie shows.
Have you seen dog adoptions are now up like almost 400% as a result of
that's
that movie?
That's because Dawn did that ad
Piazza
for Brandy
Pets.
Wendell.
That's right.
By the way, the fact that you had to go out the day of and see the Superman movie and never read any of the comics.
I've never read a comic book in my life.
Kind of a violation.
Well, that's awesome, though, because I think that shows it's not for the connoisseur. Anybody could watch it, and it's for the every kid, every man, you know what I mean? I think that makes it even better, isn't it? That you didn't have to, know all the insights.
That's right.
Phil Almquist, will you see, because I guess Tom Cruise is making another Top Gun.
I will definitely. Both
you
Top
did
Guns.
say that.
I love Top. The second Top Gun was amazing too. Yes.
The second one was fantastic.
It was fantastic.
No reason not to make a third.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I will definitely see it.
And by the way, I don't know what he's into, but like he looks great too.
Yeah.
He's got Botox.
Oh, of course.
Oh, there's no question.
But Cruise does.
I don't know what he's got, but he is looking good.
Yeah.
He's looking fine.
Yeah.
He's one of those that doesn't.
He's like 60s something, right?
Like mid-60s,
Yeah.
and the guy looks fantastic.
And the stunts he still performs at this day is amazing.
Yep.
Scary.
He's so weird though.
He is
so strange.
Well, who is
I like him. I don't know.
That's
Why is he weird?
Scientology
So?
nonsense.
Is
Remember
he
when he got up and jumped up on Oprah's couch?
Whatever.
who was the broad from King of Queens that got into Scientology?
Leah Remini.
Yeah, I always remember her as Stacey Carosi on Saved by the Bell.
She got into Scientology and then got out and then spoke out against it, and the Scientologists were like
after her big time.
Yeah, they had like a fatwa on her head.
She got excommunicated.
Oh,
my God,
yeah.
there was no question.
Just like
sloppy Chris Christie.
Exactly right. All right, Tony Bruno live from Florida for the Cut Sheet. It's coming up next here on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Got to talk about my guys from Marvin E. Cans, especially in this oppressive heat. You've heard me talk about my friends from Marvin E. Cans for a ways now. Marvin E. Cans Heating and Air Conditioning. We are loving this Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning mini split unit installed by my guys at Marvin E. Cans. And so the lower level, no matter what, I mean, they installed this thing now months ago. We've been experiencing it, and it's incredible. Now, here's the deal. Our lower level always had this poor ventilation, didn't have the proper ductwork for that particular area, so we thought we were stuck with it. That's why this unit from Mitsubishi Electric Heating and Air Conditioning has been a total game changer, because that lower level, weather intense heat, despite the humidity, despite the cold or the heat, doesn't matter. It just keeps it at that constant temperature. It's a wonderful thing. It actually smells better when I go down there because it was always like musty and not right. Now it's fantastic as we do have our studio in that lower level. So I hope you consider that mini split for your hard to reach areas. Visit Marvin E. Cans, MarvinEKanze.com. Marvin E. Cans, my guys. You can count on them as I count on them. Tell them Dawn sent you.
We get it. Attention spans just aren't what they used to be. Heads in social media and eyes on Netflix. But what do people do with their ears? Well, for one, they're listening to audio. Americans spend 4.4 hours with audio every day. Oh, and you want the proof? Well, you just sat through this ad that's now approaching 30 seconds. What could you say to a potential customer in 30 seconds? Let Odyssey put together a media plan tailor-made for your unique marketing needs. Advertise with Odyssey. Visit ads.odyssey.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hey guys, let's talk ED, because millions of men experience it, but not everyone can access or afford treatments like Viagra. Well, Hims can help. Through Hims.com, you can get a full range of treatment options for ED, including daily or as-needed meds through a 100% online process. It all starts with an online intake form. Get started at hims.com/joy, and from there, a medical provider licensed in your state will determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. Find the ED treatment that fits your needs with options up to 95% less than the brand names. Millions of men experience ED, but Hims can help. To start your free online visit and save up to 95%, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit. HIMS.com/JOY.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or price stop to opt out.
You work hard for your money, so why let traditional banks hold you back? At Current, we're flipping the script with banking that keeps up with your life. With Current, your paycheck does more. Need money before payday? Access up to $750 with a paycheck advance if you qualify. No credit check, no hassle. Also, the Build Card makes it simple to build credit with no annual fees or hidden traps. Members boosted their credit scores by more than 80 points after just 6 months. Get ahead. Get Current.
To get started with Current, text CLEAN to 323232. That's CLEAN to 323232. Text CLEAN to 323232.
Banking services provided by Choice Financial Group and or Cross River Bank, both members FDIC. Paycheck advance provided by Fineco Advance LLC, a financial technology company, not an FDIC insured bank. Product eligibility, availability, and performance may vary and are subject to change at any time. Using your credit card responsibly may allow you to improve your credit score. For details on cost, terms, and conditions, visit current.com or call 1-888-851-3177.
Don't miss the Labor and Energy Show with J-Doc and Krause. Brought to you by the Labor and Energy Alliance this Saturday night at 6. Find out about the important issues that will affect you. The Labor and Energy Show, Saturday night at 6 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
You can now tune in to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
Yeah, buddy.
Mustard. Oh, yeah. That drop fits anytime, anywhere, especially on National Hot Dog Day, as it is Wednesday, July 16th. Kayal and Company, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Get us on the free Odyssey app, the free iHeartRadio app, and, of course, watch us on YouTube. And normally, Tony Bruno would be in box number 4.
I don't know where he is.
But right now, Tony Bruno is MIA.
MIA.
Did he take a job as the warden of Alligator Alcatraz and not tell us?
A warden.
I just sent a message to Bruno and Robin. Where are you?
Yeah,
Maybe
they're coming.
They're coming?
Yeah.
Maybe they're, are the renovations at Casa Bruno?
He was tweeting out pictures of the beautiful Florida sunset. I saw that, yeah.
So maybe they were out for a romantic walk.
Let's fire this bad boy up, and Bruno can join us in progress.
Which is always good.
What's
Yep.
on the cut sheet?
What's on the cut sheet on this Wednesday? Sponsored by Rita's Italian Ice. Rocket Pop Ice has landed at Rita's. Enjoy a blast off flavor inspired by the iconic red, white, and blue ice pop. A blast of flavor, excuse me. Top it off with new firecracker glitter topping for an extra spark of deliciousness. It's only here for a limited time, so stop by and try Rocket Pop Ice today. Be cool at Rita's. Thank you, Rita's, for always sponsoring the ever-important What Up Wednesday Tony Bruno edition.
Hello.
Hey. Of What's on the Cut Sheet. What's up, dude?
Good morning. I was just watching Kyle Schwarber hit 3 home runs in Atlanta last night. I completely got lost of time. Sorry, guys. I've been here. But how about that Kyle Schwarber, 3 Schwarber bombs?
Yeah, baby.
I'm glad you're here, Tony, because I wanted to start with this. This is 29, Phil. Yesterday, this didn't get a ton of news, but a medical doctor, Dr. Robert Sullivan, revealed the COVID boosters age lung capacity in athletes by 5 to 10 years in just 1 week.
Say that again? Ages lung capacity?
The COVID booster ages lung capacity in athletes by 5 to 10 years in just 1 week.
Oh, my.
Wow. For this doctor, the damage was much worse. He says his lung capacity has been slashed by half after taking the COVID shot the government recommended. After a period of being unsure if the damage was in his head or not, Dr. Sullivan was diagnosed with pulmonary hypertension, a dangerous condition that elevates blood pressure and forces the heart to work much harder to pump blood to the lungs. On the outside, I look fine. I've lost half my lung capacity. If I can look this normal while carrying that much damage, how many others are out there suffering silently, he asked.
Oh, boy.
Here's a little bit of his testimony yesterday.
On the outside, I look fine. I return to running, even to aerial arts. That brings me joy, but also unease. I've lost half my lung capacity. If I can look this normal while carrying that much damage, how many others are out there suffering silently? In researching my condition, I found the Georgetown scientist who predicted my specific problem. The very same month of the vaccine rollout, he warned that spike protein exposure, whether from the virus or from the shot, could harm the blood vessels in the lungs and placenta. Spike protein itself from the SARS-1 virus, SARS-1, also caused vascular damage in animals. I learned many hospitalized COVID patients developed pulmonary hypertension. Autopsies showed the same kind of lung vessel damage I had. Long COVID patients with persistent breathlessness have the same findings. As in my case, their symptoms improve, but the damage remains. We now know the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein can damage the lungs, heart, and brain in animals. It is toxic, irrefutably so. I know that's uncomfortable to hear. One study found athletes who got mRNA boosters saw drops in aerobic capacity equivalent to aging 5 to 10 years in just 1 week. Why is this? I now see colleagues and patients struggling with daily tasks. Many are limited by unexplained shortness of breath. Could this be a spectrum of vascular damage like what happened to me? These are urgent questions.
Imagine being a 25-year-old pro athlete in the NFL. You get the shot, and now all of a sudden your lung capacity is like you're 30 or 35 years old. Tony Bruno, this is why I believe, just my opinion, we should, if we want to get something done in politics, remove the protections that Big Pharma has where they can't be held liable.
Absolutely, and that's the problem, with the Dr. Fauci's and all the people. And again, Trump said he was going to go Operation Warp Speed. We got to get a vaccine because the virus popped up out of nowhere. And then we had all these people panicking and the death counts on CNN, the scoreboards and all the other stuff. And meanwhile, all these years later, I took two boosters and I got sick and I had a heart attack underwater, and I'm not an athlete. And I was in my 50s or 60s, actually, close to 70. But, my lung capacity isn't as good as it used to. But luckily, I'm healthy enough. But you're right. We know one person that was not affected by the boosters, Saquon Barkley. His lung capacity was superb last year.
This makes Aaron Rodgers look like a genius.
I know. I went for a jog yesterday on the Lehigh University track, and my lung capacity was diminished, but it had nothing to do with the shot. It's just the fact that I've gained 20 pounds and there's too much vodka and pizza.
But Dr. Sullivan, didn't he say either by the vaccine or the virus itself?
Right.
Because it's the spike protein.
Yep.
So whether or not it's the vaccine, but I think what he's pointing out is that if you did not have the virus and you only had the vaccine, or if you had the repeated boosters, which some people had like 6 times.
Yeah. Get your boosters. Do you think, now I know you could, of course, be asymptomatic, not test, have had it and never realized that you had it. Do you think anybody in the 5 years since COVID was created, do you think anybody actually did not get it at some point? and was lucky enough to never.
Oh, sure.
Really?
Absolutely.
You think
yes,
so?
I believe
Yeah.
that. Yeah, I
Yeah,
believe
and
that.
we changed it. I agree too. I think we mistook the flu in many cases. The flu was remember the flu went away. It became COVID. COVID replaced the flu for that one particular year, actually a year and a half when the COVID thing started. And I remember the day it started visibly, just like yesterday. So it became the flu because remember there were no flu shots back then. There were no COVID shots. But once the COVID shots came out, if you didn't take them, you were a criminal and you should not be allowed to go to the hospital if something happens to you. Remember those people. Those are the people who will never, ever have to pay for what they said. The media, especially the media people who preach that this is and Joe Biden, you're not going to get the virus if you take these shots.
Yep.
And so I get it. And Pfizer and these other companies and Moderna got away with murder because they got the clearance. While every other commercial that you watch has 30 seconds of after people are singing about how great the drug is on TV, then there's 30 seconds of side effects released so they don't get sued if you get sick and ask your doctor if this is right for you.
I'm sorry, Don, we're going to say something.
Well, just that, he's testifying, obviously, in committee on Capitol Hill, right?
Yep.
And so why didn't we hear about this study, the peer-reviewed study that he's referencing? It came out in 2022.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
And nobody knows about it unless you pay attention to C-SPAN in that clip.
Thank you.
Right.
Oh, my God.
And I think is it John? I don't want to steal Stucker's thunder here with the cut sheet, but wasn't Johnson & Johnson?
We're doing that next.
Okay.
So this is Joshua Rise. He was a lead scientist at Johnson & Johnson. He confesses that the J&J COVID-19 vaccine was not safe and effective.
Oh.
Which we kind of knew because they were all like they had it out there and then they pulled it right at the very beginning.
Were they the first ones to roll it out?
They were.
Yeah.
They were.
They don't have the mRNA. Remember, that's more traditional.
This is one of those. I think this is one of those O'Keefe hidden video things. Roll this.
Yeah, it's definitely O'Keefe.
Is there audio here, Philip?
Backwards hat, by the way.
Stop with the backwards hat. Stop.
So Woody Johnson, who is one of the owners of Johnson & Johnson, he can't get two things right.
And the Jets.
Yes,
and the Jets.
He can't find a quarterback for the Jets, nor can he roll out a vaccine that is actually safe and effective.
It's unbelievable.
Amazing.
Yeah, but to be fair to Johnson & Johnson, their baby powder was phenomenal.
Oh, I loved it, yes.
It is. Yeah, it is.
But
remember, they had problems with that, too. That was my point.
Major lawsuits, class action lawsuits.
Really?
I was always a gold bond medicated guy.
Whoa. Hang on.
Me too.
Hang on. Pause.
You don't know about this?
No. What were the class action lawsuits that they caused?
Cancer, allegedly.
Nut cancer?
Mm-hmm. Oh. Well, women used it, too.
Women and...
Babies, it was supposed to be for babies, and then everybody started putting baby powder everywhere.
Could explain John Kruk. You never know.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Not Carl Schwarber, though. Whatever he's putting on, it's working.
Well, no. I mean, Schwarber, forget, nuts. Schwarber's got, he's got, my thing's down.
No, it's down.
Schwarber has.
Big balls.
Exactly.
Allegedly,
Big balls is right.
The class action lawsuits alleged that J&J, the famous baby powder, allegedly caused all kinds of cancers, such as ovarian cancer, all different cancers. J&J, these have been significant lawsuits.
All right, so I guess I'm taking we don't have the audio of that video.
So, Stalker, did you use Johnson baby powder last night? You seem...
Well, I know. I've used it. Yeah. Of course, I've used it. I think I use Gold Bond.
Yeah. But you got to go green bottle, though. That's the medicated. That's where you get that menthol and that sting.
Oh, yeah. I love that sting.
I love the burn.
I love that burn.
No matter what,
feel the burn.
I love
the burn.
No matter what the powder, the allegation is that talc powder. Some of these talc powders had the presence of asbestos.
Yeah,
that was the allegation.
Wasn't the other? You remember the old school barber shop? You remember the green bottle of talcum powder?
Yeah,
that the barber would dust across your head.
Yeah, to get that. Yeah, I love that.
Yep.
It smelled good. You made you smell good. You didn't have to put cologne on, deodorant.
Yeah.
You can go out right after riding your bicycle, how many miles, and then you still smelled good.
So always smell good. That's a
key to life.
key to life.
Yeah.
I'm going to.
It's not how you look; it's how you smell,
I
and you
agree.
smell wonderful today, especially you, Dawn.
I'm gonna play.
Thank
I'm gonna
you,
play this off.
The lack of research that was done on those products.
Joe Biden says that it's safe and effective, but like he didn't know.
There's no proof. I mean, none of that stuff was safe and effective. People wanted it. Who gave it to them? It's like, all right, you know what? Cancer patient's going to die anyway. I'm sure somebody's going to get sued for that stuff eventually.
Hi, Josh. Are you Josh Rice from Johnson & Johnson? You're going to deny your identity?
Yes, sir.
And you said that your vaccine was not safe and effective. You said that. Deep inside Johnson & Johnson's global machine is a scientist.
He's like
a lead
a-
scientist.
he's
whose
like
very
Chris
approval or
Hansen.
disapproval of J&J products can change millions of American lives. Meet Joshua Rees, a lead regulatory scientist at Johnson & Johnson. Joshua, in his role, leads the creation and execution of regulatory strategies for new and existing products across Johnson & Johnson.
We run the whole soup to nuts. Like, not only we're working on the products, but like everything that has to do with the drug. We have to make sure that you understand how to use the drug, how to be able to, prescribe certain pieces of information, how to communicate that to the patient.
Now, according to a Johnson & Johnson press release from December 2021, the safety and well-being of those who use the Johnson & Johnson vaccine continues to be our #1 priority. Now, for the first time ever, an official from Johnson & Johnson admits to our hidden cameras that the Johnson & Johnson COVID vaccine was, quote, not safe and effective, unquote. And the company wanted to, quote, just throw the vaccine creation to the wind and see what happens, unquote.
They're like, Joe Biden.
There you go.
Great. We're just a live, natural test run, a nice trial with all of society. Yeah, we'll see. We'll just throw crap against the wall, Tone, and we'll see if it sticks. And this is why the trust in all of our agencies and our bureaus and our big institutions has hit rock bottom.
Luckily, it did not affect Raymond J. Johnson Jr. You didn't have to call him Ray. You didn't have to call him RJ. You didn't have to call him Raymond James. You just had to call him Johnson. That's an old bit from Saturday Night Live that was actually funny back when they did it, and I recreated it today, and it wasn't funny. I'm sorry.
No, it was.
He couldn't hit a bull's ass with a bass fiddle.
By the way,
Not Johnson Family Vacation. That was just that was messed up too, I believe, in the
yes, it
movie.
was.
Remember that movie, Johnson Family Vacation?
Yep.
That was Cedric the Entertainer, wasn't it?
I believe you're right.
Yeah, that's good Johnson family knowledge out of me.
Yes, this is
Johnson.
Great. A lot of Johnson talk today. On
A lot
the
of
show.
Johnson talk.
We love Johnson.
Johnson talk, Don.
Hairy balls.
A lot of Johnson talk. RFK Jr. yesterday said that the agencies are about to release new dietary guidelines the next several months.
Okay.
Roll this.
We are going to be there for the dairy industry. Well, I grew up in a world where milk was the healthiest thing that you could eat. There was been an attack on whole milk and cheese and yogurt over the past couple of decades, and Brooke and our agencies are about to release new dietary guidelines in the next several months that will elevate those products to where they ought to be in terms of contributing to the health of our children. There's a tremendous amount of emerging science that talks about the need for more protein in our diet and more fats in our diet. And there's no industry that does that better than this industry. So I'm very grateful for this industry for stepping up, not only on this, but over the past 10 years, they've removed 60% of the sugar from milk products in school lunches. They've pledged to continue to reduce the amount of sugar in the food. This step is an extraordinary step, and I'm very proud to be part of this partnership. I'm very, very grateful to the industry.
That's good work out of Bobby. More protein.
Yeah,
I agree.
absolutely.
I'm gonna get myself a ribeye and a strip steak tonight, and I'm gonna gorge myself with red meat. By the way, with all of the emerging science and data, are they going to change the food pyramid? Remember the food pyramid at school, right?
Yeah.
You had to have 5 servings of this a day, 3 servings of that, 2 servings of this. Based on everything that they're saying with the dairy aspect, I wonder if they'll revise that in schools on a serious level.
Well, the teachers' unions run a pyramid scheme, and they have to be abolished. But that's a different topic for a different cut sheet. But no, again, you heard what he said, though. It's just a recommendation. Yeah. So this isn't the government mandating that you have to drink milk. It does a body good. But I remember in the cafeterias back in the day in school, you remember you'd get that slice of pizza and that little carton of chocolate milk?
Sure.
Who didn't know that pizza and chocolate milk was that really good together?
Nothing better than that square slice of frozen school pizza.
Oh, brother, come on.
It was like the Bobo
and
Elios.
Chocolate milk.
And chocolate milk.
No, just the sugar and carbs.
Yes.
Like, all right, kiddos.
We actually, I'll tell you, one of the most life-altering moments was when they ditched the cardboard carton of milk and they went to the recycled plastic bottle.
Yeah.
It was never the same.
Oh, yeah.
Never the same. Never the same.
No.
Since we're kind of down this this health thing and the COVID shot and all this, so yesterday or a couple days ago, Gavin Newsom was on the Sean Ryan podcast.
Jeez.
We have a bunch of clips from this, but I want to start since we're kind of piggybacking off the COVID shot. So Sean Ryan during the middle of the interview texted, or Joe Rogan during the middle of the interview texted Sean Ryan to ask Gavin Newsom because he won't have Gavin Newsom on his show. I guess Gavin has tried to come on Joe Rogan's show, and Joe has said no. He said that he texted him and asked about all the draconian lockdowns in California, which is what, as everybody knows, what got Joe to leave California and go to Texas. This is cut 28, Phil. We having issues with audio today, dude?
It's like some kind of an issue going on.
I see Rogan. But there's Gavin. By the way, Gavin's got his legs crossed again, like a chick. We have to revisit that story again.
Well, he does. He does the whole hand thing too here, which is
what is up with his hand signals?
I love that.
It looks like I don't know, like a referee, or maybe you know what I mean, like he's coaching the batter, giving the signals to the batter. And
rewind it and sync it up. Here we go. If Greg has the audio.
So this is from Joe Rogan. Oh God, this is a tough one.
He won't have me on the show, by the way.
Who will be held accountable for mandating COVID-19 vaccines for children, which were unnecessary and ineffective? And who will take responsibility for the unprecedented increases in myocarditis and cancer cases among them? Second to that, do you feel any remorse for that draconian decision that was obviously heavily influenced by the pharmaceutical companies' desire for maximum profit?
Yeah. So my question is, and stop there. My question is that why wouldn't Joe Rogan have Gavin Newsom on and ask him these questions himself?
Maybe he has no respect for Gavin Newsom after what he did to, basically force Rogan's hand to move his empire out of the state.
You think?
That's probably it, because Rogan had Trump on, and a lot of people went crazy. How can you put Trump on? And then he said, get Kamala on, and obviously she couldn't do 5 minutes, let alone 3 hours.
Well, yeah, and Rogan's had Bernie Sanders on, so it's not like he doesn't have other Democrats on.
Exactly. I agree. I agree with you. I think Greg, you said it. He has no respect for Gavin Newsom because of what he did with putting the sand in the skate parks in Venice on the beaches, arresting people who are walking on the beach without a mask. Now Gavin Newsom's calling ICE agents Gestapo, and meanwhile he was treating people worse than they did in 30s Germany, for God's sake.
Yeah.
All right, Phil. Keep rolling.
I've signed some of the most progressive laws against big pharma in the country, so I have receipts on that. So no one should suggest that it was about doing the bidding of big pharma. Quite the contrary. California, like many states, red states included, Florida included, moved forward early in the pandemic, working with the Trump administration and the advisors from the Trump administration to impose certain strategies to mitigate the impacts of this novel disease, coronavirus. What's interesting about this process is none of us have really reviewed in an objective way. It's all through the lens of politics. what we did right and what we did wrong. And so I'll answer that question by telling you what I've just tasked. I've asked our team to put together an objective review of everything we did right, everything we did wrong. We're interviewing people that vehemently disagree with us, that oppose the mask mandates, that oppose the stay-at-home orders, people that are international experts. We're stress testing our entire process. Coulda, shoulda, woulda. Comparing and contrasting to what other states did. I mean, Florida shut down their bars and restaurants before California. Before California. The question was, when did we start to unwind some of those restrictions? California was more restrictive, and we were certainly aggressive at scale.
All right, let's stop it right. Let's stop it right there.
Yeah.
So this guy,
he's lying about Florida.
Yes.
He's lying about Florida.
And,
I was in Florida during the height of the pandemic at Walt Disney World, which was completely open with all the necessary, remember the glass partitions and the lines and people being separated. So he's lying right there. Florida was not shut down during the pandemic. In fact, it's the first state that wasn't shut down. So another lie from Gavin Newsom, and he's every day he's suing the Trump. He and Karen Bass are suing the Trump administration because they're protecting criminal illegals in their state and their cities, and then he's worrying about he did it the right way. Get out of here.
And even if a red state did shut down before California, whether it was Florida or not, the fact that a red state opened up and realized quickly that this is not the right way to go about it.
Yep.
And then you had states like California, like Pennsylvania, like New York, hanging on for dear life to all of these restrictions easily into late 2021, if not still into 2022. I didn't get back up to Pennsylvania until August of 2022, a year prior. Even in Nashville, now I get it, red state, Tennessee, but Nashville, blue city. When I started law school in August of 2021, think about this. This is 12 and 9, 21 months after the beginning of the pandemic. They were still mandating masks in law school night class, despite your vaccination status. Pure madness.
Yeah, and so I was just looking at that. So California didn't lift all of those restrictions until midsummer, June 15th of 2021.
Yep.
By contrast, I was just looking at DeSantis lifted everything, any kind of restrictions, which they had less in the first place. And that was in 2020.
Yes, I remember specifically, Antonio, you'll recall this as well. Remember, in college football, the SEC said, we will not have 25% capacity and limited seating with space.
Yep.
And Fauci was saying, the red states in the Southeast, it's going to be a super spreader event when 95,000 college football fans watch a football game. And they had no issue with it. None.
Also,
and DeSantis, not only did he open up the state, and you're right, Dawn, we were here, Robert and I were here in 2020, covering a Super Bowl in Miami when the pandemic started, and we were also going to Disney World and going to restaurants, and the restaurants did everything what they were supposed to do. They kept people separated. People were wearing masks, and then they came up with a stupid mask where, you had a straw, you can put a straw in it to drink and all that other stuff. And then some people, overreacted, and some people did the right thing, wore a mask in public. But, and then the lines on the supermarket. Are there supermarkets that still have the arrows which way you're supposed to go?
Pharmacies.
When you go in there?
Pharmacies. I said this last year, late 2024, one of my, it was either a CVS or Walgreens, still had the social distance circles on the floor. Jeez. I'm like, and that's something, remember, that's something that they admitted that they made up.
Yeah.
It just kind of, it was like the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. It just popped in there. What about this idea, Ray? Yeah, let's put dots 6 feet apart.
They wanted to stop the fights in the Walmarts.
Let's
stand on the dots.
Let's require you to wear a mask as you go through the restaurant to get seated. But when you sit down in your booth, you could take the mask off.
Well, thank God now we've come to a time in 2025 where we can now have full-on brawls in every fast food restaurant, every pharmacy, every Walmart. That people can still get loose and get into the Fight Club, which I believe is coming up next hour. Is it still coming up next hour?
Yes, 9:10. Right? Tony Bruno, thank you for the forward promotion.
Thank you.
Thank you for the forward promotion. We in radio appreciate that, the forward promotion,
Yes.
especially with the time.
I'm a forward-thinking guy.
I
don't live in the past. We're not here to talk about the past. I'm talking about the future, man. And the future looks so bright. I got to wear shades,
especially with that timestamp on there. So,
Yeah.
so it's good. Let's finish up with Newsom here. Go, Phil.
The hands are moving.
About children, and I respect that. And that was where there was a lot of feedback with a lot of experts that I had as advisors. By the way, I used advisors from 2 other states. We did this West Coast Alliance to review not just what was coming from the federal government, but to have a prism and lens on the recommendations coming from the CDC through our own independent advisors. And I took their advice, not as a doctor, but as a governor. So with humility, seriously, humility and grace, I've asked them to have that report done. It's going to be done next month. And it'll be the only state that I know of that is putting out a truly objective review of what went right and what went wrong. And I know everyone's a genius now in hindsight. But at the time, none of us knew what we were up against, including the President of the United States, who I worked very closely with. There wasn't a Democratic governor in America that worked closer during the pandemic than I did with Donald Trump.
But what about all the GD or effing geniuses that said a lot of this doesn't make sense in 2021, that you chastised, ridiculed, deplatformed, censored, and canceled, Gavin? And by the way, am I wrong when I say when I see him and I hear him, he would make a great villain in a soap opera like Days of Our Lives?
Oh, perfect.
He's American Psycho. He's the Christian Bale character in that movie American Psycho.
Good for you.
That is Gavin Newsom to a T.
You're absolutely right. He is American Psycho.
Yep.
What was his character's name in the movie? I remember it now. It's
You're talking about Christian Bale?
I always play that meme. Yeah, Christian Bale, the meme where he's having sex, looking at himself in the mirror.
Yep.
Yeah, in the mirror. I always post that when I see Gavin Newsom. It's a meme from the movie. And it's Christian Bale, like, being so smug as he's having sex, he's looking at himself in the mirror.
Gavin Newsom.
Who doesn't? Seriously. I mean, come on.
Oh, you and Miss Robin have the mirror on the ceiling and the...
No. We have them everywhere. You just don't put them on the ceiling.
Patrick Bateman.
You have to have them everywhere.
Yeah,
Patrick Bateman is correct.
Yeah, Patrick.
But Gavin Newsom, remember, it was all Nancy Pelosi when all of the salons were shut down. She can go get her blowout and her hair done.
Yep.
Gavin Newsom going to the fancy schmancy restaurant, the winery. So, and here in Philadelphia, Jim Kenney famously going to Maryland.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? It just...
And Florida. Jim Kenney went to Maryland and Florida with his kumad from South Philly while everybody in Philadelphia was masked up and locked down.
I'll never forget seeing Gavin Newsom with Magic Johnson, of all people, eating at a restaurant with no mask on.
Yep.
Magic Johnson.
Let's stick with the Sean Ryan podcast with Gavin Newsom. One more clip here. Sean Ryan asked if 8 years old is too young for a sex change.
Oh, yeah, this went viral.
4, Phil.
What about for your values? I mean, is 8 years old too young?
Yeah, I mean, look, I now that I have a 9-year-old, just became 9. Come on, man, I get it.
You do?
So those are legit. You know,
Are you sure?
Can I ask you a question? So it wasn't until he had a child that age that he realized that 8 or 9 was too young to have a sex change?
You don't even need to have a child. You just need to know that a brain is not formulated until the mid-20s.
That's what I mean. Like, so, like, I get it. Having a kid changes your view and your perspective on a lot of stuff. But something like that, it was having a kid that changed his perspective on that. Like, really?
He knows it's nonsense, but for some, you know what I really think this boils down to is for some reason the
he's an a-hole?
Well, that too. That's the obvious. But for some reason, Democrats have calculated the trans community and have tried to extrapolate what the potential is for raw numbers of voters. It's the same reason they imported illegals to the 7 swing states. They need new voters. So what do? You become friendly with illegals. You become friendly with the trans community. You advocate for stuff you know you truly deep down in your heart don't believe in, all for the sake of hopefully winning elections.
It's sick.
It is.
You know, and they say dysphoria, gender dysphoria, they say is a mental illness. I would submit to you that telling a child as young as 8 that they need a major invasive surgery to chop off parts of their body to feel good about themselves, the person who does that is the actual evil, crazy person.
Agreed. Sorry, this overthrow.
What about for your values? I mean, is 8 years old too young?
Yeah, I mean, look, I now that I have a 9-year-old, just became 9. Come on, man. I get it.
Come on, man.
So those are legit. You know, it's interesting. Just the issue of age. I haven't. It's interesting. As someone that's been so focused on equality, broadly LGBT rights, particularly gay marriage.
Mm-hmm.
The trans issue for me is also novel. It's over the last few years. I'm trying to understand as much as anyone else. Whole pronoun thing, trying to understand all of that. That was like the hell. I mean, all that stuff. I get it. All this stuff started to collapse on us. I joked with Charlie about Latinx.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, he's referring to Charlie Kirk, which he's done a 180 again since admitting a lot of that stuff is absurd on that podcast. But just to the point of age, we've talked about, so you're telling me you can chop off your breasts at 12, but you need a parental signature for a tattoo. I'm going to give you a real life story here. Staying up at the in-laws, my mother-in-law a week or two ago wanted to take my wife's brother. My brother-in-law has 2 girls as well, and one of them just had their birthday, and they wanted to have their ears pierced at 13. So my mother-in-law took my niece to the mall to one of those
Piercing Pagoda.
Piercing Pagoda. I love that place. Right next to Hot Topic.
Claire's Boutique. And she could not get her ears pierced because she was a minor, even with grandmother being there to be the consenting adult, even if my brother-in-law got on the phone with them and said, my mom, it's a grandmother thing, we're good. They said no, have to be there in person, parent only. So think about that for a 13-year-old getting a stupid stud earring in their ear. It's only going to get infected anyway because they're going to play with it and take it out and not treat it properly. The whole thing is a facade. But it's okay for a 13-year-old to have their genitalia cut off.
Think about that.
Think about that.
Sick.
How is that? Yeah. On what planet does that logic vibe?
Yeah.
It doesn't. Let's grab this call quickly. Scott is in Bucks County. Scott, you're on Talk Radio 1210.
Hey, guys. Real quick. So my son is a pandemic kid. Graduated CV South 2020. No graduation. Oh. Went to University of Tampa. I was down there in August of 20. He was all set to go to James Madison. Flew down to Tampa, 3 people on the airplane, mask. Tampa was wide open. Went to Walmart, went to dinner, went to his dorms. I wore my mask. Half the people there weren't wearing masks. Flash forward. He never missed a beat. 1 class was online. That's it. 4 years did it. James Madison, where he was all set to go, 5 days into the semester, sent everybody home, missed the first 2 semesters. Everybody was home. So him saying that Florida was wide open. You could do whatever you want. I went, how's this? You ready for this? I went to the casino there in August of 20, and it was wide open.
Nice.
So,
and James Madison, correct me if I'm wrong, Scott, that's Virginia, right?
It is, yeah.
It's west. Yeah, you drive through. It's it's easier to get to Tampa from Philly than it is to James Madison. You go through West Virginia, 5.5 hours of a horrendous ride.
That's great. Good stuff, Scott. We appreciate the call. There he is.
He's right. I mean, that's when Robin and I were looking for lots because we wanted to build a house, our final house in Florida. We were driving down here during the pandemic. I mentioned we went to Disney. We went everywhere.
Yep.
And we were being safe, and the restaurants did the right things. They put barriers up because that's what people wanted to do. Now, the restaurants weren't all packed, and the best part is Disney was wide open. So I got to do rides that I could never do if not for someone to thank the pandemic for allowing me to get on multiple rides, the rides that you had to wait forever, and I got on twice in the same day.
Yep.
Now that's something to be grateful for.
It absolutely is. It is. By the way, I got accepted to James Madison University.
Did you really?
You did?
James Madison.
James Madison. Yeah. And you went to Coastal Carolina.
I went to Coastal Carolina.
That's a good choice out of you.
Yeah, I did not want to be in Virginia.
No,
I wanted to be in Myrtle Beach.
Well, Virginia's for lovers. Come on now.
Yeah, exactly. Dawn, can you talk to us about Piazza real fast?
Of course. Our friends at Piazza, and we are broadcasting from Piazza Auto Group and Piazza Premium Automobiles Studios here at Odyssey World Headquarters. What an exciting time for my friends at the Piazza Auto Group and their 5 Honda dealerships. Honda winning more 2025 Kelley Blue Book Consumer Choice Awards than any other brand, including, listen to this, Best Overall Brand, Most Trusted Brand, and Best Value Brand. So whether you're looking at the Accord, maybe the CR-V, which is what my husband drives, or the Honda Pilot, you need to know you're choosing a vehicle that is backed by real drivers just like you and me. Come experience the award-winning excellence at Piazza Honda of Philadelphia. That's my Honda dealership, Honda in Philadelphia, or Piazza Honda of Langhorne, Pottstown, Reading, or Springfield. You can always go online first, piazzahonda.com. You can look for today's special offers. PiazzaAutogroup.com. Thank you for sponsoring this hour, and tell them Dawn sent you.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Get ready for a gift from Rescue Natural Supplements. It's their Christmas in July sale. That's right, the season of giving is making a summer comeback with huge savings. That means all health supplements will be slashed up to 50, 60, even 73% off site-wide. So treat yourself with savings. Heart Healthy Omega-3s, natural energy boosters, soothing digestive aids, and a lot more. To order, call 800-26-ALIVE, 800-262-5483. Speak to a rescue product consultant or shop online at res-q.com, res-q.com. Again, don't miss Rescue's Christmas in July sale. Shop savings up to 73% off natural solutions from blood pressure, cholesterol, to energy and sleep. Rescue's got you covered. Stock up for summer. Unwrap the joy of a healthier you. It's all at res-q.com or call 800-262-5483.
Hey, it's Matt, your leaf filter trusted pro. Gutters are an often neglected part of the home. They're also one of the most important. Clogged, overflowing gutters can cause serious problems like foundation damage or basement flooding, which can cost thousands of dollars to fix. Let's face it, cleaning gutters yourself is not only a hassle, it can be dangerous. But when you get Leaf Filter, you'll never have to worry about cleaning clogged gutters again. Get started today by visiting leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free inspection. If you decide to move forward, we'll professionally clean, realign, and seal your gutters before installing our patented stainless steel micro mesh system. Leaf Filter keeps out everything but the water. And it's backed by a lifetime transferable no clogs warranty. So you're protected for good. We're in your neighborhood and ready to help. Visit Leaf Filter today for a free inspection and estimate, and you could save up to 30%. Visit leaffilter.com/deal. That's leaffilter.com/deal.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. No, we're not one of the big guys. Truth is, we don't want to be. If you're over 50, Big Wireless probably has you paying for more data than you might need. You could be throwing away thousands over a lifetime. We're not here to be the biggest. We're here to bring you something we believe is better. Our plans start at just $20. You'll get the same fast nationwide coverage without the big wireless bill.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
When you haven't found love, it can feel like everyone else has. It's in every movie, every song, and all the PDA. Looking for love sucks. Thankfully, California Psychics can give you the guidance you need to find the one. We guarantee if your reading isn't life-changing, it's free. And new customers receive 20 minutes for just $20. Visit CaliforniaPsychics.com and experience the joy of certainty. California Psychics.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6481. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6481. That's 800-575-6481. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Calling on Huntington Valley to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Kayal and Company, 8:33 as we roll through here on a Wednesday. Fight Club at 9:10. Cut sheet. Right back at it.
Yes.
Sorry, hang on. No, it's all good.
Stalker's playing with buttons.
I have
fidgeting around.
I have a
there.
lot going on
He
here.
does.
I have a lot going on here.
Yeah, you wish you were on vacation again, don't you?
I do. Let's do cut 31 here, Phil.
Yeah, let's do it.
This is Tony mentioned Walgreens. This is a Walgreens store manager in San Francisco that was convicted for fighting a shoplifter.
Yeah.
Okay.
So a shoplifter went out in the street. The guy came out, and I don't know, there was an altercation. The manager now is being convicted for fighting with the shoplifter. Shoplifter probably got nothing, got away with whatever.
Yeah.
This is from the local Fox affiliate here in San Francisco. Roll this.
Go to Frisco Live.
415, you can see a man police have identified as 30-year-old Larry Whitlock exit the Walgreens, chased out by a security guard, and a man police say was 45-year-old Walgreens employee Guan Hong. Police say Whitlock was shoplifting. After chasing Whitlock out of the store, the video records for a while until police say the store employee came back outside and again confronted Whitlock. Whitlock appears to swing at Hong and miss. Hong in turn strikes back with some kind of weapon sharp enough to cause Whitlock to drop to the ground bleeding.
Well, first of all, Wong Hong's violation, he's wearing a mask in that video. Still wearing a COVID mask. I mean, Mr. Hong, did you not listen to the Kayal and Company the last 20 minutes? We've already, talked about that. But no, this is what they do. They say, well, you had no right to go out there and chase him into the street and fight with him, and we're going to punish you for it. All of these companies have done the same thing. It's absurd, especially if it happens in the store, you see it, and you try to prevent it while they're still on, Walgreen property. But, I mean, you've got no shot at surviving if it's going to be out there on the sidewalks in the street.
Right.
Sadly,
but if you listen closely, though, in that video, there's the song "Everybody Wang Chong Tonight" playing in the background, and he got a little carried along.
He did.
Wang Chong. What's the guy's name again? Yes.
Well, now was that Jason Whitlock or a different Whitlock? I need to know.
No, it was a different Whitlock.
Yeah. Bruno, I mean, what years? Because you were in L.A., but you did a lot of Bay Area radio, and I know you used to fly to the Bay Area for the Raiders postgame. What year or time frame was that?
Well, I moved to L.A. in 2000, and then I was there to 2011, so it was 11 years. But the the early 2000s.
Okay,
that's when 9/11 happened when I was in L.A. So
it must be unrecognizable out there now compared to those years.
Yeah, it's sad. I mean, Santa Monica used to be one of my favorite places to go and walk on the promenade and, ride our bikes down the beach from Venice all the way down to Santa Monica. Now Santa Monica is going crazy. The politicians there are desperate to try to get people back shopping, but the stores are closing. I mean, it's happening everywhere. And this is a beautiful, physically beautiful place. And that's why, back to Gavin Newsom, his comments are ridiculous. He shut down the state, he shut down the city, and they're still suing over the ICE people doing their jobs in San Francisco. That's all they do. They sue they sue Trump and his DOJ for doing their jobs. And then these people are the ones who are the good guys? Come on.
It's just a
Come on,
shame.
man.
Between the cost of living and, of course, the politics.
Yeah.
California, San Fran, LA, San Diego, just unbelievable weather, beautiful place to live. I would love it as a golfer. I just could never afford it, and I would go crazy with all of their policies. That's why I chose Florida.
Exactly, and that's the hard part is, and then yesterday, because Gavin Newsom, the S-hole word was used yesterday, and then there's only one thing worse than Gavin Newsom is the scrapper who runs his social media account. This guy is an absolute zero. I mean, it's bad enough Gavin Newsom, when he goes on shows, makes an ass of himself on his own accord.
It's true.
But then his hack, who is his publicist who prints all this stuff, his press office, they posted 4 pictures of California, and they were like 8 years ago, and one picture was from Nevada. So its press office doesn't even know what they're doing when somebody called something the S-hole. Was it Trump that called it, or was it J.D. Vance? I forget who called something an S-hole.
That was Trump who called it S-hole countries.
Yeah. And then
which they are, by the way.
His hack posts a picture of California from 8 years ago, and the fourth picture is from Nevada.
Yeah.
So the guy who runs his press account doesn't even know what state he's in.
I don't know what's going to be worse, the fact that New York's going to have a socialist mayor, or the fact that Kamala Harris is likely the next governor of California. Think about that.
Oh, man, can you imagine? Oh, God. By the way, Tony, I need your help here. I need you to scold the YouTube audience, because I see a lot of people watching, and I only see 73 likes. So
that's an outrage. And I'm not the kind of guy. I'm not a king. I'm not a dictator.
Yep.
But you people need to come on up big. I mean, Rich Scioli yesterday, I was watching his show. He was up there in Pittsburgh. By the way, was Josh Shapiro at this big event yesterday in Pittsburgh with 90? Was he there?
Yes, he was there.
I didn't see him.
He was there.
Who, Shapiro or Ziola?
Because I saw John Fetterman was Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania. I see where Fetterman was giving love to Dave McCormick because it's nonpartisan, this $90 billion in investment in AI. I didn't see it. Was he on the down low? Was Josh there? I didn't see him.
Well, he was probably calling into the sports station to vent about Jalen Hurts as the 9th-rated quarterback in the NFL.
Exactly.
All right, Josh from Abington on line 2.
Tony, I gave Nick credit, actually, for having to put up with what you and he have to put up with. Sports talk radio in July, where there's nothing to talk about, and you have to talk about Jalen Hurts for 4 straight hours.
It's unbelievable.
To Tony Bruno's point, the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, in a press release, said, this is entitled, "Under Governor Josh Shapiro, Pennsylvania is a national leader in economic growth, AI innovation, and energy." And so he's saying that Shapiro announced all of this private sector investment, and he's taking credit for it.
Well,
yes, exactly. Well, I mean, I'll give Josh Shapiro credit for this.
Yeah.
Unlike Gavin Newsom, who fled to South Carolina to pimp his presidential campaign in 2028 in front of senior citizens in some little place. Josh Shapiro at least is keeping it in the state. You got the governor of Maine, a governor of Massachusetts going to Paris last week. And so, Shapiro at least does talk about Pennsylvania all the time, and he takes credit for things that he doesn't do. And now he's talking about money for SEPTA, which supposedly he can't get a budget intact to put that in place. So I don't mind giving people credit where credit's due. And obviously this is private sector, as you mentioned, Don, but this has nothing to do with Josh Shapiro. And even John Fetterman saying this is good for Pennsylvania. It doesn't matter which party is involved in it. It's a thing that makes Pennsylvania better.
Yeah.
What's so hard about that?
Well, let's see if our energy bills get better.
It is perfect, by the way, that Tony Bruno is here on this date, because after this next clip we're going to play, today is an anniversary of something, and we will play what that anniversary is after this clip. But I want to start with this is just hysterical. 26, Phil. So this happened in Pennsylvania. This is at a campsite, and what do you do if a bear comes up to your campsite in Pennsylvania?
I tell my wife to handle it.
This guy just politely asked the bear to leave.
Oh, yeah.
And the bear does it. The bear does it.
Yeah, how hard is that?
So this is a campsite in Pennsylvania. Go to YouTube, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, because you're gonna want to see these next two videos. This is a bear in Pennsylvania that invaded somebody's campsite. Roll this.
This way, sir. Please follow the exit.
Look at that bear.
Oh, hello.
Oh!
Get fresh.
No!
Get out.
Get out. Get out.
Get out!
Get out.
Get.
Oh, he's not.
Where's
very
Harry
nice.
Mays?
I'm a newcomer.
He's like, I just wanted some food.
Yep, and he's gone.
And then he walks up that fragile
Yeah.
fence like that bear can't crush right through that thing.
Yeah.
He looks like a juvenile. He's not a big mama
Yeah.
bear.
No,
Yeah.
yeah. He
No.
just wanted to.
Yeah.
He gave him a little swat.
Yeah,
It
a
was
little
just like
keister.
I just wanted to see what you guys had for dinner here. You know.
Mm-hmm.
That little swat that the bear gave back, that's what my cat does when he wants to get petted. And he comes up on my chest when I'm sleeping and he does the thing with his paw.
Yeah.
You know, and I just said, get out.
Get out.
Get out.
Get out. Get out of here.
Went right for the left pocket on the back of these shorts.
Yep.
It's the same approach my daughters take when they try to siphon my wallet to go to Sephora.
By the way,
Sarah Weiss is calling you out on the YouTube chat. She says you have 155 likes.
Oh,
according to
okay.
her computer.
What? I mean, look at my
not enough.
Look at my computer. It says 73 likes right now. That's what it says.
Mine says 198.
Let me check.
Oh boy.
I'm gonna push like 199.
Go here, live feed 1210. I am.
I'll make it an even 200 right now.
I
Do it,
see.
baby.
I see 544.
No, that's
That's
people
people
watching.
That's
people
the view-
watching. Look at it. It says 199.
That's that's what it says. I've got 202.
Oh, all right.
Huh,
Okay. So
you got to
we're-
update.
YouTube.com
Thank you, Sarah.
/1210WPHT.
Swami Mommy says refresh.
Refresh.
Oh, refresh. Okay.
Refresh.
I'm like a boomer. I
What are you
can't-
doing back there?
I can't use the.
Like the Summer's Eve, the Greg's Eve of YouTube.
They don't know what they're doing.
True. All right. It's so appropriate. It is so appropriate that Tony Bruno is here today.
Yes.
On the anniversary of July 16th, 1991, at the age of 70, we lost Frank Rizzo.
You're a coward.
Yes.
Yeah.
We lost it. So to pay tribute, we play those drops all the time.
I love this video.
Here is the video. Do you guys know, Dawn and Harry, or Tony would know this better than I would. Do you know who the reporter was when this took place?
Yes.
Yeah?
Stan Borman was his name. Stan Borman, who worked for the I-Team. I believe that was CBS, or it was one of the two stations that called. I think it was Channel 3, which then was Eyewitness News, which was the NBC affiliate. Mm-hmm. And then they flip-flopped, and Dawn knows it better than I do.
3 and 10 flipped, yep.
Yeah, exactly. One was CBS, one was NBC. So Stan Borman was the guy. He was sitting in a van outside of Frank Rizzo's house because they were trying to do some surveillance on Frank Rizzo to see what was going on in his life. And there was some reports about Rizzo doing something wrong. And so they hid in a van outside. And then that's when Stan Borman came out, and as Frank Rizzo was walking home from church with his dog, that's when that incident occurred.
Do you happen to recall what year that was, this video that we're about to play?
It had to be because when I was doing mornings at 1210 WCAU back then, I was doing the morning show. Frank Rizzo was doing the afternoon show because he wanted to run for mayor as a Republican against Wilson Good. Wow! And then of course he died before he had the chance to do it. So that had to be because that was 91. Yeah. Because then after WCAU went dark. And I went over to WIP and did sports talk.
Jimmy Kelly
that was
says,
the transition.
Jimmy thinks the video is 1980.
Oh, wow. Nice.
Well, yeah, that was before Rizzo was running for mayor. He was the mayor at the time.
Right.
He was the police commissioner and then became the mayor.
Yeah.
And I believe he had 2 terms, so he was the mayor for 8 years. And so they were trying to get, because Rizzo did things. He had the baton in his cummerbund, when he was going to an event. the legendary. He was always ready, to bust some heads if something went wrong.
My kind of guy.
So we had Tony Bruno in the morning and Frank Rizzo in the afternoon.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah.
In fact, I have a coffee mug.
What a powerhouse lineup that is.
Look at Bruno's going for props.
Uh-oh, he has props.
He's got props. He's like Cherish.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT to see this video.
I still have the coffee cup that we have. Here it is.
There it is.
Bruno in the morning. You see that?
Yep.
WCAU, Talk Radio 1210. And then the other side, Frank Rizzo.
Wow.
Afternoon.
That is amazing. That is
Put
probably
that in your pipe and smoke it.
That's probably you could probably sell that to somebody for some coinage, brother.
Yeah. And then WCAU
I need some final
dark.
dollars to get the house buttoned up. So if anybody wants to bid on this, it's got a little chip on the Bruno in the morning side, though.
Yeah.
No.
But
well, you've
this
had
is
a chip on your
collectible.
shoulder for many years. So.
All right, let's roll this. This is a trip down memory lane today, July 16th, 1991. We lost the great Frank Rizzo. Roll this.
You're a crumb creep. I want to fight you. But you don't have the courage. You're a real crumb bum. Put that on camera. You're a creep. Get away from me.
Well, sir, I'm on the public street. I should be authorized to be here.
I'll break it over your head. I'll break it over your head. Get away from me, you crumb.
Mayor Rizzo,
You're a crumb creep coward. I want to fight you.
Why is that?
Because you're a crumb creep lush coward.
You don't even know me, Mayor.
You are a lush, I can tell by looking at you. I was a cop all my life, and I know a lush when I see one, and you're a lush. You're a creep. Get away from me, crumb.
The greatest.
And then he says to the guys, the camera crew that's with him, he says, "I'll take. You want to fight? I want to fight you. I'll take his all on. I'll take his all on right here by myself. I know a lush when I see one.
I know. I was a cop. I know a lush when I see one. That is amazing. That is an amazing piece of video. Frank Rizzo dead.
Think about where we were.
The age of 70 in 1991.
Think about where we were. Sorry, Don. 45 years ago. Imagine if you tried to pull that stunt today with the media.
Oh man. Yeah, I know.
So he was preparing for the general election campaign against Ed Rendell.
Wow.
When he died.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah. But he was always, when he was on the air, it was Wilson Goode was the mayor. So he went off on Wilson Goode all the time, especially after the Move bombing. And so Frank decided that he wanted to be back on the air doing a show, and he wanted to start launching his campaign to run for mayor again as a Republican. So he hated Wilson Goode, and he would go after him all the time, and that's what the show was about. Go and they need me back in there, and then the people from Southfield, Mr. Mayor, we need you back in there, and back in those days, you will remember the local mayors would always go on. Frank Rizzo, James H.J. Tate, who was a mayor when I was a kid. And they would go on TV on Sunday mornings and had a show called Tell It to the Mayor, and they would take phone calls from people. And Frank Rizzo would say, Evelyn calling from 12th and Jackson. Evelyn, you're on. And then, Mr. Mayor, my light's out at the corner of 12th and Jackson. I'll get somebody over there right now.
That's amazing.
Thank you.
We need to bring that back, by the way.
I know. Could you imagine Sherelle Parker doing a live Tell It to the Mayor show on Sunday mornings on Channel 6? Action News.
By the way, since we have Tony Bruno and Dawn Stenslin, and we just talked about Frank Rizzo with that local reporter here in Philadelphia, they're reporting now that there is a severe shortage of local news nationwide because newsrooms are being cut nationwide. Brian Stelter, of all people, reported this the other day on CNN. And as two people who cut their teeth on local news here, I wanted to get both of your reactions to this. Let's just play a little bit of 14, Phil.
It's an alarming and widespread shortage of local news. Since the start of the century,
By the way, is that Jessica Dean?
Yes.
From
who was here at CBS 3.
CBS 3. I didn't know she was on CNN now.
Yeah, so what
I
happens
didn't either.
is
CBS well, nobody 3, watches CNN. That's why.
Exactly.
Well, less people watch CBS 3.
Okay.
And so here's the little pro tip on CBS 3. Yuki Washington survives everything. He's like 90. So they get a beautiful, talented young woman. Jessica Dean is the latest casualty of this, and or Jessica Catalia, another Jessica.
Yep.
They get these beautiful young women who are great reporters, really hardworking, but they always blame the woman. That's what. So Jessica Dean gets a big job at, CNN. The latest Jessica Catalia, right?
Yeah.
She's now at 6 ABC. They picked her up immediately, but blame the woman. That's always the thing that CBS 3 does because they suck, but they're going to blame the woman. So that main woman anchor,
Yeah,
boom,
but
you're fired,
Yuki's a legend. Yuki's a legend in Philadelphia. I mean, he started out as a sports guy, just like a lot of people start in sports, Nick and I, and you transition to news.
Dawn disagrees.
I mean, Yuki's a Hall of Famer. I mean,
He is.
I like Yuki personally.
I like him.
He's
I worked
a great
with him.
guy.
I co-anchored with him.
Yeah.
But if
in
somebody...
fact, I went up to Hershey one year to help a woman that I work with from Pittsburgh, who was an anchor up there, was being inducted into the Pennsylvania Broadcasters Hall of Fame. So I went up there to support her, and Yuki was there at the same time. So I've known Yuki since he was a sports guy in Philadelphia that long ago.
Yeah, he's a great guy, but if you don't get the ratings, don't blame the woman. That's all. I mean, look at all the co-anchors he's had. I mean, it's unbelievable. And nobody points this out. I mean, it's mind-boggling. And these are talented, fabulous women who I think
absolutely
got some ratings, but the ratings keep going down, and they just blame the woman, fire her, get a new blonde.
I believe you're the last woman on local television
blonde.
who wasn't blamed on, if I'm not mistaken.
Local TV
You're
news,
the last female. You were number one here in Wink.
That's right, baby.
Here in Fort Myers in Southwest Florida, and you were number one in Philadelphia as an anchor, and nobody can ever take that away from you.
Damn
they're
right.
Crumb,
Right, baby.
creep, lush, coward, drunks, and I know a drunk when I see one.
You're working with one right now.
Stop.
By the way, Jimmy Kelly with some unbelievable commentary that I can't read on the air for certain reasons. But Jimmy Kelly's a genius.
By the way, Dawn, if this show doesn't succeed, it's going to be Kayal's fault, not yours.
Well, that's what my wife said. Hey, just blame
That's your
Nick.
wife.
No, actually,
since 08.
no, actually, it's all going to be my fault. So
I agree.
I'll be the first one to go.
The boss.
Roll it.
An alarming and widespread shortage of local news. Since the start of the century, there's been more than a 75% drop in the number of journalists working in the U.S. And it's not just rural areas being impacted by this, also highly populated parts of the country. CNN chief media analyst Brian Stelter is joining us now. Brian, you wrote a piece about this earlier this week that really caught my eye. I come from local news. I really believe in it. It's important for people to know what's going on in their local communities. What does this shortage mean, and what's at stake here?
Yeah, when I was writing about this, I was thinking about my father-in-law. It happens to be his birthday today. He's the kind of guy that still reliably reads his local newspaper, the Philadelphia Inquirer. The problem in America these days is there are fewer readers like Neil, and there are fewer papers to read in the first place. Many are going out of print, squeezed out by a changing marketplace, by digital ad giants like Google, and by private equity vulture funds. So this new report by Muckrack and Rebuild Local News, people can Google it, ironically, they can look it up for themselves online. It shows at a county by county level how about 8 out of 10 local journalists in America have been lost in the last 25 years. Some to other businesses, some to other sectors. The point is that there's a lot less reporting happening on the local level, at the city and town council level, at the school board level. And as a result, we don't know what we don't know. So that is the real core problem. And the solution, well, it's multifaceted, but the biggest part of the solution involves people paying for news, right? Looking for new sources and old school sources, the print papers that still exist, and being willing to chip in and pay for them, because there's less and less advertiser support for local news, so there has to be more and more reader support.
There you go.
So this is basically a money.
Newspapers can't. Yeah, I mean, newspapers. The Philadelphia Inquirer can't give the paper away. I mean, I still get ads. $1 for 6 months coverage. How can a newspaper survive if they're trying to tell you can get the digital version for $1 for 6 months of coverage? Who's going to be able to get paid?
Right.
They can't even pay, what's his name, the one cranky guy who's the worst of the worst there at the Philadelphia Inquirer. What's the guy's name?
Will Bunch.
Who's,
Will
who
Bunch.
hates, Will Bunch.
Yeah,
How do they pay him if nobody's paying $1 for 6 months of the digital version of the Inquirer. You know why? Because nobody wants to read the Inquirer.
Right.
They
Well,
can pick it up.
Yeah, that's the problem.
That's the problem. It's garbage. It's a garbage publication.
But newspapers never really made the bulk of their money from selling their paper. They made the money from the advertising that used to show up. The big full page Bon Ton Boskov ad.
The only version of the Philadelphia Inquirer that sells is the Sunday, and they actually sell it for 25 cents at the dollar stores on Monday because people go in and buy it so they can get the food coupon section out.
Yeah.
That's not a lie. I'm not making that up.
No, you're
I
right.
used to go into the Dollar Tree in South Philly there, down at front in Snyder, and you'd go in there on Monday and people were buying the Sunday Inquirer, not because they wanted to read the news.
Yeah.
They wanted the food coupons. That's what they would do.
Well, I always looked at it. I saw this coming 20 years ago, right as I got out of college, and I was, wanting to do radio, but I also wanted to write. And I saw the writing on the wall when big papers like the New York Times, the New York Post, the Philadelphia, the Daily News, the Inquirer, when they were no longer sending beat writers that cover a team on road trips, but picking up the Associated Press feed as a way to save money, you could see the writing on the wall in 2004.
Yeah.
And I'm not blaming the employees, except for Will Bunch, who's garbage. But they love that garbage because he probably gets a couple, 5, 6 subscribers to read his brand of poison. But the bottom line, you can do whatever you want. I'm not telling you not to buy the Inquirer or not to subscribe. I'm telling you how desperate it is. Yeah. And I'm not happy about what's happened to the media, but they're doing it to themselves.
Right.
The State Department people, the 1,300 out of 53,000 who were let go the other day, you would have thought that they were holding the country up from... Microsoft fired 9,000 people in the private sectors and nobody batted an eye. Mm-hmm. But 1,300 State Department hacks are crying and leaving posters about fascism as they leave a job that they've had for 25 years and have nothing to show for what they did.
Well,
in those 25 years. Imagine having a job like that.
Look how small the sports departments are for television now in big markets. I mean, in Philadelphia, John Clark double dips between Comcast and NBC 10 because they're owned together. When I left Nashville 3 years ago, the Fox affiliate, by the way, Nashville has 4 TV stations. They have a Fox, a CBS, an ABC, and an NBC affiliate. And Nashville is booming and on the rise. The sports department for Fox 17 in Nashville, Tennessee, is one person, and she's female. And they probably pay her under $100,000 a year. Well, that's their sports
department. And you remember... And Dawn will remember this, and everybody who's over 30 will remember that, the sports guy at the end of the show would get the bulk of the action, especially in a town like Philly when the teams are going well. The sports guy would get like 15 minutes. Now, the weather person's the most important person at the radio, at the TV stations, right? Because when the weather is a big story, whether it's hot, cold, snow, rain, the weather is always the lead, especially in the winter when the weather gets bad. And so the weather person now is more important than the sports guy or maybe even the anchor in many cases in these local markets.
Dawn, take your pound of
That's
flesh.
just the way the business has gone.
So I will say this about, with Brian Stelter, I love his wife. I actually worked with her. She is local, Jamie. She's darling. So it's cool that he called out the birthday of his father-in-law. That's about the only good thing he said, because what they should be pointing out is, in fact, that media and journalism has not died. It is being reborn before our eyes, because people got sick and tired of biased far left media. They got sick and tired of it. They've lost credibility. Mm-hmm. And so and by the way, these woke left sports writers that always vote, whatever. I want to get into it.
Exactly.
The point is, it's being reborn before our eyes. And so now, because they don't trust the Philadelphia Inquirer, they don't trust the so-called Big Three back in the day. And you know who they trust? They trust people like Joe Rogan. They trust certain people they might follow, maybe even like us talking right now, right? Yeah. And so it's being revamped. I mean, look at Greg Stocker. When Greg... how long ago was that you launched us on YouTube? When was that?
2.5 years ago.
Yeah, 23.
Yeah, 20.
Right? So a lot of us kind of rolled our eyes and said, "What is he? What is he doing streaming?"
I bring it.
But we're reinventing this. Yeah. We're not reinventing, but rather it's the rebirth of it, because it's authentic. It's just honest and transparent. And you don't have to worry that there's somebody in a back room who's like, what's our liberal agenda? And we can't say nice things about this candidate or this president or this policy. and we can't have bias by omission. That's what we're all revolting against.
Yeah. By the way,
you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
I was the one who started this for Odyssey. But if you ask any of the corporate suits, WIP is the one that is just paving the way for us on YouTube.
When did they copycat? When did they start? Like a year ago or
not
10 months
not even
old?
about 3 months ago.
Yeah.
Not 3 months ago.
Yeah.
Like, they're doing amazing things over there in WIP. Are they? Because we've been doing amazing things here for 2.5 effing years. Okay.
But that's the cool.
Don't get me started.
By the way, we have
That's the
more
cool
people.
part of
We have more people watching than WIP does right now on YouTube.
Thank you.
Just want to point that out for everybody that matters.
Yeah.
And by the way, while we're being honest, since you're friends with Stelter's wife, tell her to tell him it's time to shave the head. The half moon, like, dude, he needs to go full Nick Kayal, Tony Bruno.
She is.
He's the only guy that ever got fired by CNN who they hired back. They hired the guy didn't they hire the guy that was rubbing one out on a Zoom call a couple years ago?
Tubin.
You're doing the tubin and
Jeffrey
zooming.
Tubin.
Yeah.
Jeffrey Tubin.
No tubing while you're zooming.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Oh, God.
That's crazy.
Let me. We blew past another hour. Didn't we?
Why don't we just skip all breaks moving forward?
We can't.
Dump them into the Jimmy Fallon show.
I am the worst brand manager ever.
I'll just start at 11. Just go for it.
But so yesterday, let's keep going here. Yesterday, Donald Trump's former national security advisor Mike Walls appeared before a hearing seeking his Senate confirmation as Trump's nominee for the ambassador to the United Nations following his removal from his post in May. We all remember the Signal Gate stuff, right?
Yeah. How did he join this? Did he join via the Signal app?
Chat.
Yeah.
So a couple clips here. Let's start actually with the with cut 10 here, where he defends his use of the Signal Chat. This is with Delaware Senator Chris Coons. I know this is one of Tony Bruno's favorite men. Chris Coons.
Well, whenever I need a car in Delaware, I drive to Coons Chevrolet or whatever. He's a used car salesman. That's what he is. And he's basically carried the rancid water of Joe Biden and still is after Joe's gone.
Roll this, Phil.
We both know Signal is not an appropriate, secure means of communicating highly sensitive information, and yet on March 24th, The Atlantic magazine published a series of Signal messages, including sensitive information about a U.S. military operation against the Houthis in Yemen, involving you and several other Trump officials. Were you investigated for this disclosure of sensitive operational information on Signal?
Thank you, Senator. And that engagement was driven by and recommended by the Cyber Security Infrastructure Security Agency, by the Biden administration, CISA guidance.
I'm sorry.
And I have here, just the use of Signal.
Share information on Signal.
The use of the use of Signal is not only as an encrypted app is not only authorized, it was recommended in Biden's the Biden era CISA guidance. And in fact, it says here, I'll read it to you. Use only end-to-end encrypted communications. Adopt a free messaging application to secure communications that guarantees end-to-end encryption, particularly if you are a highly targeted individual, such as Signal or similar apps. CISA recommends end-to-end encryption messaging on both government and personal devices.
For sensitive military
of course, Senator. There was no classified information exchange.
For sensitive military this, you were sharing details about an upcoming airstrike and the time of launch and the potential targets. I mean, this was demonstrably sensitive information. And the question I asked was, were you investigated for this expansion of the Signal Group to include a journalist?
The White House conducted an investigation, and my understanding is the Department of Defense is still conducting an investigation.
Was any disciplinary action taken?
From the White House investigation, Senator?
Yes.
No, the use of Signal was not only authorized, it's still authorized and highly recommended.
Would you recommend the use of Signal for classified information to be shared between folks who have access to?
Again, we followed the recommendation almost the demand to use end-to-end encryption, but there was no classified information shared.
All right. So, boy, it feels like just yesterday we were talking about that. That story right now, when you think about Epstein in the cycle of news, that's a drop in the bucket compared to what we're talking about now. I'll say this. To me, it doesn't matter who recommended it, whether it's the Biden administration, whether they used it or not. Bottom line is, dude, Mike Waltz, you got caught. You were the one looking, and then remember the photo where you could see him again using it as there's cameras in there, and he's revealing certain bits of information. I hear the word encrypted. I think of Thomas Matthew Crooks and encrypted devices leading up to the Trump assassination attempt. So just to go to show you how bad Mike Waltz looks, Mike Waltz was using encrypted stuff and got caught. That bozo Thomas Matthew Crooks, hopefully he's burning in hell right now, still has encrypted devices somewhere out there, and we can't open them.
Allegedly.
That goes to show you how bad Mike Waltz looked. I forgot about that story.
I believe they've opened up. They're just not giving us the info.
Could be.
I think they opened up the
Which is
phones.
also a crime in its own
Because,
right. Yep. Good God.
Rand Paul, not a big fan of Mike Waltz either.
Neither am I.
Let's go 11.
In the summer of 2020, there was much discussion and there have been statements by President Trump that he intended to draw down troops in Afghanistan. You were serving on the Armed Services Committee at that time, and Liz Cheney and Jason Crow put forward an amendment. And with that amendment, they attempted to circumscribe his power to assign troops. They specifically added conditions, and you supported that amendment. So I guess my question is, which is it? Does President Trump have the power under the Constitution to determine troops, or do you think Congress should, as you attempted to do when you voted for Liz Cheney's amendment, do you think Congress has the right to limit his power to remove troops from a war situation?
I certainly, thank you, Senator. I certainly supported President Trump's effort to draw down our forces, to keep Bagram Air Base, to keep a lid on counterterrorism, and certainly keep a powerful presence there.
You voted for the Jason Crow amendment, the Liz Cheney amendment, to place restrictions.
Look how somebody's just cracking a fresco.
Specifically, the amendment said he couldn't draw them down under 8,500 troops.
It's a Diet Coke next
Senator, I'll have to go back and look at the specific details of that amendment, or whether that was a
pretty
broader
important
vote
amendment
for the
because
NDAA.
it goes to the heart of the Constitution, and this is sort of the problem and one of the things I fear. The Liz Cheney wing of the party, the neoconservatives, they believe in virtually unlimited Article II authority when going to war, to initiate war.
Mhm.
There seems to be no limits. The idea that Congress should be involved with declaring war is sort of passé, it's old-fashioned. But when it comes to ending a war, you voted with Liz Cheney and the others to say that the president couldn't end the war, that he had to perform different reports. Here's what one of the reports said that he had to do before he was.
Basically, he was saying, this is a long clip, basically he's saying that my fear is that you're more of with the Liz Cheney wing of the Republican Party than with us.
Very reminiscent
guys,
of a Nikki Haley
The
type.
reason, by the way, the reason this reason that Walz was in front of Congress yesterday had nothing to do with what he did and got demoted for.
Right.
Yeah.
It was there because Trump was trying to nominate him to be the UN ambassador.
Yep.
And then you got idiots like Cory Booker, who never served a second in the military, ripping this guy, calling him a coward. And Walz was the first Army Special Forces soldier to be elected to Congress. 4 Bronze Stars. And now they're making this guy, he can't even be a UN ambassador because of what he did with Signal. All these sanctimonious jackasses in Congress who couldn't walk in Mike Walz's shoes, whether you like him or not. He got punished.
Yeah.
He got demoted. He got stripped of his job. And now they're not even they're going to try to keep him from getting a UN ambassadorship?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, that's the
ridiculous.
cancel culture type of mentality that I don't like.
Exactly.
Yeah, well said. Let's get to the fights.
Let's get to the take the call first.
Yeah.
He dropped.
Oh,
I'm getting feisty right now.
I'm sorry.
I may have to throw hands soon.
Kayal and
By the way, breaking news.
Club.
Breaking news in
I
Philadelphia.
am looking for a fight.
Yeah,
Fights
do it.
will go on as long as they have to.
We know fights equal ratings.
You got knocked the out, man.
Fight Club on this Wednesday, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. Fight Club, sponsored by Tri-County Auto Group. 3 locations, 1 prior to you. Visit tricounty.com. That's tricounty.com. Thank you, Tri-County Auto Group, for sponsoring the ever-important Wednesday edition of What's On of Fight Club. This is we did Chicks yesterday. That's right, Dawn. I said Chicks. We did Chicks yesterday.
I try to do Chicks every day.
And today we're going to do Dudes because this happened. It looks like on a playground or some sort of outdoor
It's where
area.
we used to settle issues back in the day.
This is guys settling. There's no hair pulling.
Yep.
There's just some fisticuffs.
That's right.
Some old school fisticuffs. So, what do you like?
Let's take it outside.
Do you like the fat broads outside the housing projects that are pulling each other's hair?
Public housing.
Excuse me. Or do you like?
We used to call them the PJs back in the day.
Or do you like the guys that settle it? Their pants might be falling down.
Right.
On the basketball court.
Yeah.
Roll the video, Phil. No audio here. We're just gonna roll video.
Yep. Oh, there's the scoop and the slam. That's a UFC tactic.
These kids look young.
Yeah, that kid's as skinny as a string bean.
Yeah.
The other guy's is drooping is so bad his whole. Yep. Skinny topless guy. God. Against the ginger's throwing him.
The ginger.
Yeah.
It is a
It is. It looks like
Is that Carson Wentz's son? Oh no, I don't think he's old enough yet.
Yeah, it looks like Butnick from Salute Your Shorts.
Wow. See, now this is done fair and square. Now all
Agreed.
the kids with the backpacks are rushing in with their cell phone cameras to get in on the action. This is pure mano a mano.
Oh.
And another guy got dropped.
Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, see, now that's wrong. You had a third man in. Where's the official with the third man in flag?
The referee's
By the way,
knocked out,
speaking
Tony.
of third man in, the WNBA should be folded by noon today after what they're allowing to go on in that league. That league now is worse than what you're seeing right there in that fight. At least they're handling it on their own.
Look at that.
The WNBA is an absolute joke, and their officials stink, the league stinks, the people in charge stink, and the product stinks.
Yep.
Unless you like watching chicks beat up on each other, but I usually pay for that on pay-per-view if I want to see that.
Exactly right, man.
By the way, that
little kid he's actually a better fighter.
He's a great fighter.
Because look at how much smaller he is.
Yeah, he watches some UFC. It looks like because that
shirtless little
chokehold
kid?
that chokehold is a UFC move.
It is.
I think that kid that those two are going to be they're going to be brought
Agreed.
to the White House lawn when they have the UFC event, right? Remember Trump said he's going to have a UFC fight at the White House.
They're going to be
I think that's going to be one of the preliminaries.
Yeah, there'll be a dark match.
By the way, wow, there's a reference nobody gets, except me. By the way, I bet you those kids after they had that fight went out and
Grabbed had a Mountain Dew.
They had a Mountain Dew.
Yeah, you want to play Call of Duty later tonight?
That's how guys settle things.
Yeah.
We throw
exactly.
down. We throw down for a little while, and then we're best friends.
Yeah, guys don't secretly hate each other like broads do.
I don't know why you keep saying that. Women don't
Broads
hate each other.
It's just the theory I have.
It's a theory Nick has. It's a theory
It's
Nick
your
has.
theory based on apparently your personal experience.
based on zero data and zero research, just intuition.
Which is basically this show.
It's basically like Johnson and Johnson. I'm just throwing things out on the wall and seeing if it sticks.
However, it would seem that Nick Kayal, I would just say to you, what galvanizes all the women in your life that they hate you.
They do.
What you've said.
You're saying nothing factually incorrect. We do not need to redact anything.
Just kidding.
All right, Nick Kayal. Right now, we're at $19,080. So we are within. We are within
$920.
$920. That's all we need right now to reach $20,000.
$920
for at 9:15 right now. We are within $920 of $20,000. So I'm asking 920 people. Right, take the 600 plus watching right now on Facebook or on what are we on YouTube, and just donate $1 to GregStockerSucks.com. All the money goes to the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Do it now because I think we can get to 20,000 by 10 o'clock.
Yes,
do you agree?
I agree, but if we do, you have to stop begging for the rest of the week.
I will.
Okay,
I absolutely will because we're doing the bike ride on Sunday.
That's right.
So. Just if you want me to stop, just donate $920. We need right now. $1 from everybody in the YouTube chat would get us there.
20 grand, just remarkable.
Come on,
great work out of everybody.
YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Go to GregStockerSucks.com. You have your read, buddy.
My wife just texted me. She says Dawn is correct. We do all hate you.
See, Kristen is always right.
Yeah.
Damn right. All right, families behind the badge. Greg was just talking about that from a donation standpoint, from a riding standpoint. I will tell you about it because coming up Sunday, it is the 38th annual Bend to the Shore Bike Tour. Sunday, July 20th, and you have a ton of options. You can ride 65 miles, you could ride 30, you could ride 10. It's right from the Ben Franklin to Atlantic City. Showboat Hotel is our destination, and you can register to ride and get a very, very tight shirt made from China. Join whether you're riding or donating. You can just support the cause. Visit ben2shore.org. That's Ben, the number 2, shore.org. Use promo code NICK1210. They'll take $25 off your registration fee. Families Behind the Badge, Children's Foundation, a 501c3 that provides immediate financial relief to families of fallen or critically injured first responders.
When the market is unpredictable, Crash-Proof Retirement gives you certainty. In the face of volatility and illiquidity, the exclusive Crash-Proof Retirement System gives you liquidity, default protection, and value preservation, even amidst government shutdowns, natural disasters, and wars anywhere in the world. All of our over 6,000 Crash-Proof consumers are protected, including Patty Pirantozzi from Lansdale, PA.
I would be happy to show anyone my actual statements. If they had a question about crash-proof retirement and how things work, I'm an open book. What we have done in the past year, 6% is interest that is credited to my account. You can see in black and white how this is my inception amount, this is where I am now, and this is my percentage.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Springfield Country Club, July 22nd, 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Everyone knows champs come from Philly, like the delicious and unbeatable Tasty Cake. Think about it. Mouth-watering candy cakes have a creamy layer of peanut butter filling on top of delicious cake, all enrobed in a delicious chocolate coating. And let's talk about Crimpets, a uniquely shaped fluffy cake topped with a delectable layer of smooth and subtle butterscotch icing. They're a home run every time. Whether you're rooting for the Phillies in the stadium or from home, make sure you've got only the best treats on deck. Tasty Cake, except no substitutes.
If you need to hire, it seems like the whole process can be exhausting. You search resumes, wait for the right candidates to apply, set up initial interviews. It's a lot of time and work. Well, what if you could meet with qualified candidates for your job the very next day? Now you can with Zip Intro from ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try it for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro is super easy to use. You simply pick a time, and it does all the work of finding and scheduling qualified candidates for you. Then you can choose who you want to talk to and meet with great people on back-to-back video calls as soon as the next day. Best of all, you save time and energy.
Try Zip Intro for free right now at this exclusive web address, ziprecruiter.com/radio. Zip Intro. Post jobs today, talk to qualified candidates tomorrow. Once again, go to ziprecruiter.com/radio to try it for free. That's ziprecruiter.com/radio.
Heading to the shore and dreaming about upgrading your home? Kitchen Magic can help you fall in love with your kitchen again. We're family owned, American made, and tariff proof, so your remodel stays on budget. Enjoy 24 months same as cash financing. Don't wait. Get started today at kitchenmagic.com or call 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic since 1979.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Hit the road this season to watch our world champion football team. Book your trip with Fans of Philly. Trips are now available for pre-order to Kansas City, Tampa Bay, Green Bay, and more. Travel in style with transportation, a pregame party, and game tickets to enjoy the Birds on the road this season with Fans of Philly, the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network. Book now at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a PH of Philly.com.
Chronic pain, cancer, fatigue. Find out about the benefits of medical hydration therapy on Health Watch with Dr. Molly Fantasia every Sunday morning at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind: to help honest folks out of their timeshares permanently. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we'd want our own family treated. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare freedom. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-885-9700. 800-885-9700. That's 800-885-9700.
You hear that? That's the sound of your business losing money. Legacy phone systems weren't built for today's teams. OpenPhone gives your business a smarter way to stay connected. OpenPhone lets you manage calls, texts, voicemail, and contacts all in one place so that you and your team can deliver a seamless customer experience from ring to... Need to take calls on the go? OpenPhone automatically transcribes, summarizes, and highlights next steps from every call, so you never miss a detail. Need insight into what closes a sale? With OpenPhone's AI call tags, you can instantly spot key topics like objections or pricing questions, and use those insights to coach your team and level up every customer interaction. And yes, you can bring your existing number with you for free. Keep your team in sync and your customers happy with OpenPhone. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. Try OpenPhone for free at openphone.com/free and get 20% off your first 6 months. That's openphone.com/free. openphone.com/FREE.
Free speech lives here with Don Stensland, 10 till noon on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
Donations pouring in. Ask and we shall receive. Barbara, thank you very much.
Barbara! Woo!
Janet, thank you.
Janet!
AJ and Lynn.
AJ and Lynn!
Catherine.
Catherine!
Nancy.
Nancy!
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 Jim D.
Jim D!
Joseph.
Joseph!
Kimberly.
Kimberly!
We are at 19,719.
Oh my God!
281 more dollars.
We need $281 more to get to 20,000, and it's 924. Thank you guys so much for this. Like, honestly, all this money. By the way, we do this for the Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. We donate our time, and we get you good people to give money to this great organization, which is why I've been involved with this organization for 20 years. I love this organization. I will always be a part of this organization, whether I'm here or not. Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation. Go to GregStockerSucks.com. So, 13, Phil, this is, I didn't realize there were still Barnes & Nobles, by the way.
Yeah?
Just a few.
Yeah, there's only a few left,
They're
right?
always next to a Best Buy and a...
yeah.
Like in Conshohocken.
Well, Borders went away. Borders went away
Borders
under the
did.
Biden administration,
Yep.
so they had to have it. You get it?
Yep.
Borders went away during the Biden
Gosh.
administration.
Look at you. Look at you.
Hello.
Yeah, there was one in Willow Grove, I think, that got replaced by like $1 tree or something like that. Is
before Barnes and Borders, there was Walden Books.
Well, so it's all we hear about is it's always the straight white men and women that have an issue with LGBTQ books for children, right?
Yeah.
Well, this is two lesbians, self-reported.
Ooh. One of which is a minority.
That took to TikTok or something and are in a Barnes & Noble, and they're outraged by the fact that there's books like that in the kids section.
Oh.
Imagine that.
I thought it was just a white supremacy thing.
Roll this, Phil.
Okay, we're gay, but we're in Barnes & Nobles, and there's a kids book section, a gay kids book section, and this is crazy. Look at this. Okay, there's the gay BCs, right? Bye binary. Bye binary with a mohawk on a baby. Gay BCs, you're not ready. Hold us.
ML Web.
Okay. What? A is for arrow and ace. B is for bi. This is crazy. We're gay, but this is crazy.
C is for coming out.
What? For a baby?
D is for drag. E is for
equality. E is for equality. We'll take that. F is for family. Okay, we're getting better. Okay, why did it start so crazy? It just got better. I is for intersex. It's pushing it. For a baby, this is pushing it. J is for joy. J is for joy. We'll take Tio and Tio. That looks nice.
Yeah.
Forgot this one. K is for Kiki. Oh wait, I guess there's no gay word for M.
Whatever happened to R.L. Stein and Goosebumps?
I know. Thank you.
That's amazing.
Unbelievable.
It's amazing.
This is what we're talking about. I mean, kids that can't figure out where to put the booger after they pick it out of their nose, and yet you want to confuse them with this stuff.
Yep.
It's just outrageous.
One more, and then I will put the cut sheet to a close. Bring the cut sheet to a close. This is actually more for me and Kayal.
By the way, we've made it. We've made it.
Whoa!
We made it.
Yes.
$20,126.90. $250 donation from our boy Amit.
Amit! Oh, dude, I love Amit. I love Amit. Thank you so much, buddy. Thank you so much. All this money goes to a great cause. The Families Behind the Badge Children's Foundation that helps the families of fallen officers. And I wanted to. Our goal was 15,000. 20,000 is just icing on the cake. So I really appreciated that. 20,000 was my goal all along. And I really appreciate this. This is just amazing. I want to cry. I'm not going to, but I want to. No. Thank you to these awesome listeners. This next cut is really for Kayal and I, but if you went to school in the 80s and 90s, I love these videos, by the way, because it just they pop up on social media every now and then, like, hey, if you graduated in 1998 like I did, you'll see, you'll recognize this, and it's very cool.
Yep.
Roll this, Phil.
Why the students from the 80s and 90s in America were the toughest. We'd leave school, put the chairs up like this.
Oh, yes.
That 1-minute anxiety-filled test where you had to prove you weren't an idiot. Drinking straight from the water fountain, full of germs.
Yep.
Only the kids who really won the game got the ribbons.
Yes.
Climbing a 30-foot rope in gym class with nothing but a thin mat on the ground. The pain of getting hit in the face with a dodgeball. Being thrown off the playground equipment at 100 miles per hour. Wearing gym class pennies that were never washed. But we still had to wear them.
Love the pennies.
Ever had class in a portable classroom?
Yep.
Yes.
It was so hot in the summer, freezing cold in the winter. Who remembers using the card catalog to find a book? It used to take longer to find the book than to actually read it. Nothing was worse than getting a red card. Did you ever get hit when corporal punishment was still allowed?
The ruler.
We walked several miles to get to school, selling candy bars for the school fundraiser, disrupting class and getting punished for it. Not only did we write in cursive, but we had penmanship in school.
Penmanship.
What else do you remember? Share it with me.
I'll share it with you right now, pal. My grandmother used to always make sure that she would say it, your penmanship, Nikki, needs to be professional. And as I was doing my homework, she would slap my elbow if I got sloppy with my handwriting.
We had this debate last week at the shore. Do schools still teach like cursive? Is that
the
still
nuns
a thing?
do.
The nuns, but
dead in public schools, I think.
Yeah,
it's dead, really?
Yeah,
I think so,
pretty much.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah. Remember when you would wrap your books with brown paper grocery bags?
Yep. Well, here's the thing too, is that we went out to dinner one night, and we split the check. So I had my side, my mom and stepfather, and their family had other stuff, and we each got the check, and I wrote my signature, which is basically just a squiggle. My mom writes it out she could
Trump does the same thing.
She could be an author. I was like, look at that, that cursive. She goes, that's the way I was taught to do it, so that's the way I do it.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now you use the auto pen, of course, for all the transactions at 1210 WPHT.
It's the Odyssey auto pen.
Tony Bruno, thank you, buddy. Thank you very much.
Love you,
Tony.
All right, take care. There he is, Tony Bruno, with us every Wednesday from Florida. Yeah, pretty remarkable. It's amazing. I always felt like the more successful you were, the wealthier you were, your signature meant less. So you just lawyers, doctors.
Yep.
Yeah, Trump does it like he's a fifth grader. They're like D-O. I'm like, dude, you're Donald Trump. Just DJT that sucker. That's what I would do. All right, 9:32. Break, and then a big 3 from Dawn on the other side, and then the music, the movies, all the shenanigans to wrap it up, including a preview of the Dawn Show. Stay tuned. We're back after this.
Hey, it's Rich Zioli. So I have a great idea for your next office party, bachelorette party, or a private party. Bob's Little Sports Shop in Glassboro, New Jersey. That's right. See, Bob's offers both men and women trained instructors, private and closed events that can host up to 30, smaller groups 10 or less during business hours, and you can have your own instructor for some shooting range fun. Just call Bob's for pricing and details. Of course, no alcohol or drugs permitted on premises. Bob's also offers private and group lessons on introduction to firearms, shooting, and cleaning classes as well. Let Bob's be your go-to place for all things firearms. Bob's instructors are certified NRA and range safety officers. Firearms ID cards are not required for anyone attending events, and no previous experience is necessary. Bob's also hosts women and co-ed shooting events throughout the year for new shooters or anyone interested in learning about proper firearms ownership. Go to bobslittlesportshop.com. This ad sponsored by Bob's Little Sports Shop.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced Medical Vein Treatment Centers offers plans that treat and cure the condition, not just cover up. Grab your phone, take down this number, and call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992. When you call, you'll get free information on how you can live your life to the fullest again. Walk, exercise, sleep well. Your vein problems will not go away on their own, and in time can lead to major health issues. Call Advanced Medical Vein today for free information on fast and easy solutions that are covered by most insurance plans, Medicare included. Call 800-597-7992. That's 800-597-7992 today.
At Wells Fargo, we know what got you into your business. Whether it's manufacturing, running a restaurant, or your business from home. What you didn't get into your business for was banking. But luckily, Wells Fargo offers business checking, payments, and lending all in one place, in your neighborhood and on our app, so you can focus on doing what you love. Wells Fargo, you're good at business, we're good at business banking. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/business. Terms apply. Wells Fargo Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
You know you have pride in your team when you offer a guarantee for the life of your roof. That's right. For decades and thousands of roof installations, the award-winning team at GP Martini lives for roofing. That's why homeowners trust GP Martini to protect their largest investment. Whether you're considering an asphalt, shingle roof, metal roof, or even a solar roof, you can trust GP Martini Roofing. Visit martiniroofing.com. There's probably a satisfied GP Martini customer in your neighborhood. martiniroofing.com.
Hi, this is Joe Mederchik, PNC Bank Regional President. People ask us, is PNC just a boring bank? Well, that depends. Is starting a business boring, or being the first person in your family to go to college? For nearly 160 years, we've done the hard and occasionally boring work of banking to deliver brilliant results to our clients. To see what boring banking can do for you, stop into any of our local branches right here in the greater Philadelphia community. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
You've got to see Scott Kia's new location in Limerick, with their focus is on you.
Relax with an easy, transparent, and enjoyable car buying experience. With a stunning new showroom, a state-of-the-art service center, and a staff that understands your time is valuable and will treat you like a VIP. It's time to experience what a 5-star service truly feels like. They are focusing on you, and that's changing everything. And that's why it's always smooth sailing at Scott Kia of Limerick, just off Route 422.
Hi, Eagles fans. Merrill Reese here. Join me in celebrating another Philadelphia Eagles championship season at the Mann Center on July 24th, sponsored by Jefferson Health. We'll relive the unforgettable highlights of the Birds championship run while the Philadelphia Orchestra plays the iconic music of NFL films live. It'll be a night no Eagles fan will want to miss. Parking is free. A portion of the proceeds supports the Eagles Autism Foundation and the Mann Center's free arts education initiatives. Tickets on sale at mancenter.org.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com.
Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
Are you looking to hire? ZipRecruiter finds the best candidate for your job fast. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $1 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
The working families of La Una Neighbors District Council of Pennsylvania, D.C., Maryland, and Virginia are proud contributors to all aspects of growth in this great city. The Labor's District Council provides safe, well-trained, productive workers who enable projects to be done on time and under budget. We appreciate our signatory contractors and their commitment to fairness and equality. Laborers, we're building a better future today.
Brought to you by the Laborers District Council Licit Fund.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. How many times are you going to listen to my voice before you finally go to investorschooling.com? I can't believe you haven't signed up for a class yet. You're going to learn real estate investing. You're going to learn stock options trading. You're going to learn things about money that you didn't even know existed. Go to investorschooling.com right now. Oh my goodness. This Thursday, investorschooling.com, and take that free class. See you there.
Career changers, including veterans and active duty service members. Your transition starts here. Go from GI to IT in a matter of months. Become a certified cyber warrior with training at My Computer Career. Cybersecurity specialists are in high demand, offering IT pros great opportunities and a rewarding lifestyle while protecting our people, liberty, and treasured institutions from cyber threats. Deploy your career in IT today at mycomputercareer.edu/CWP, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
VA education benefits are available to those who qualify. Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aids.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
We are coming up on The Dawn Show. We will find out what she has lined up at the top of the hour shortly, as well as what occurred today in music history. And, of course, the morning mystery movie clip from Jimmy Kelly. A great prize again today, Adventure Aquarium 4-pack of tickets. But before the 4-pack comes Dawn Stensland's Big Three at 9:40.
It's the Big 3 and 9 on Kayal and Company.
Yes, Big Three. Number one, as this is a rare attack, Israel on Syria. And the New York Times, CNN reporting this this morning, asking, who are the Druze, D-R-U-Z-E, and why is Israel bombing Syria to protect them? So this is a sectarian attack, if you will. Syria has been racked by this new wave of deadly sectarian violence that has put a spotlight, if you will, on this minority of individuals at the center of rising tensions with Israel. So the bottom line, we have overnight conflict in both Israel and as well, I'll take you to Russia, Ukraine. So we have that going on overnight with drones and missile attacks in both of those sections of the world. So we still don't have that world peace.
No.
Closer to home, I'll take you to...
What are they doing? What are they doing? They're bombing Syria now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
In Israel.
It's great. It's great.
Because it's a minority of people that Israel feels basically are under attack, and they're defending them.
So then Hamas, Gaza, the whole bit, they're going to retaliate, and then that peace deal that ceasefire is going to be violated.
Palestinians, but yeah, I get your point.
Sick of all of them. Let's turn them into a golf course already. People just can't get along.
Well, boy, it's as if you knew where I was going to go with that, because we have a couple of stories. One of them is bringing you closer to home. We've talked about all the severe weather, the flooding across the region, and specifically the state of emergency that has been going on that was declared in New Jersey. So I have a couple of updates for you. A man who was struck by lightning while golfing has now died in New Jersey. 28-year-old Simon Mariani. He was struck during a competition at the Ballyowen Golf Club in New Jersey. 28-year-old rushed to the hospital, and tragically, they had him in a coma. They were trying to save his life, but it was a storm passing through. We've seen all these lightning strikes, even going viral on golf courses in New York City, in Washington, D.C. We've seen some of the taller buildings, but a reminder that if you're out on a golf course and you're holding a metal object
around big trees.
Yes.
Yeah.
And on this one, he was at the 14th hole and had seen lightning off in the distance for about half an hour.
Yeah.
Well, and so they had the warnings, Nick.
Yeah, first of all, number one, the 14th hole is usually where my round goes to hell. So I can feel for that guy. But in all seriousness, most courses, not all, but most courses have a system where they track the weather in the pro shop, and they blare a horn when there's lightning within the area.
Oh, so it's on you if you want to.
If you continue, that's on you. Yeah. Some places will require you to get off, and then they keep you off for 30 minutes until the lightning has been gone for at least 30 minutes.
Is there any word if you scream rat farts right before it happened?
Excuse me?
Sorry.
That's Caddyshack?
It's a Caddyshack reference.
So we got that going for us, which is nice.
Sorry.
Sharks at the Jersey Shore.
Oh, no!
Yes. Dun, 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 dun.
I didn't see any sharks at the Jersey Shore. I would have liked to. I saw dolphins. There are dolphins in the distance.
Which is nice, but sometimes the dolphins are, kind of protecting the swimmers.
Yeah.
And they
Yep.
They nose them. In this one, it's the largest great white shark ever caught seen off the Jersey Shore. And it's a huge record that's being reported.
Mm-hmm.
So this great white shark that was captured as well. There's some sharks that they have that they've tagged.
Yeah, they're tracking them.
And there's another one, the Dold, D-O-L-D, which is the worst name ever. But they're tracking these great whites. What's going on here? Maybe because the water's warmer?
Yep.
I don't know.
Well, I told him I'd find them for 3. But I'd catch him and kill him for 10.
Dun, 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 dun.
For 10, you get the whole thing.
Boy, nice references in this. Caddyshack, 1980, Jaws, 1975.
Right?
Yeah.
It just freaks me out. Over the last weekend, of course, my David, he's the furthest one out. I'm like, David, Get in.
Oh, he was only up to his waist.
Right. He's so tall. But
can you imagine? The
water is so warm.
He's 18.
And there's Dawn on the
I know.
beach.
He's 18.
Like yelling for the little kid. Like the little kid.
Oh, that is nauseating, Stensland.
Yeah.
Like, David, just
God.
come in 6 feet so the chubby white guy, like, it's almost, like, make sure he's the furthest one out, so it'll go after him.
Couldn't you see Dawn just slapping Chief Brody in Jaws? So you knew they were out there.
You did nothing. So that's your big three.
Right. We'll come back. Movies, music, and what's on tap for the Dawn Show. Stay right there.
Got to talk about my friends from Kitchen Magic, because at Kitchen Magic, they've been transforming kitchens since 1979. They're local, they're family owned, and they are so proud to be Americans and American made, family owned, and 100% tariff proof. That means no international delays, no surprises, and no surprise fees. Take advantage of their 24-month same as cash financing. It is time to love your kitchen again. Just visit them, kitchenmagic.com. You can always call them 1-800-237-0799. Kitchen Magic, quality that's closer to home. Kitchenmagic.com. Don't put this off. Tell them Dawn sent you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/radio to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/radio for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Put it all together and you've got what you need to turn things all the way up. Getting started is simple. Just go to hims.com/radio to start your free online visit. Through Hims, you can access ED treatments including pills, chews, and more. 100% online. No office visits, no pharmacy lines. Just fill out a simple intake form and a licensed medical provider will determine if treatment's right for you. If prescribed, it ships free and discreetly to your door. Find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio. HIMS.com/RADIO.
Are you having trouble hearing? Hearing loss can devastate the quality of your life. Now, there's an affordable fix for you or your loved one. Rated the best hearing aids of 2025 by Forbes Health, Audion Hearing has the highest quality hearing aids at the lowest prices, starting at just $98 a pair.
I actually like them better than my old $5,000 hearing aid.
I could not believe how my hearing and life changed.
Join over 1 million happy customers by going to audionhearing.com. That's AUDIEN hearing.com. Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting truly great candidates for your roles? It seems impossible to find them, but they have to be out there somewhere, right? Well, they're not hard to find when you know where to go, and that place is ZipRecruiter. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free at ziprecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. And because these people are actively looking for jobs just like yours, it's easy to find the right person right away. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. But if you're not using ZipRecruiter, you're missing out. So see what it's like when the impossible is easy. When you go to ZipRecruiter.com/radio right now to try ZipRecruiter for free. Once again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio. Never miss out on great candidates with ZipRecruiter.
Hoping to stay in your car as it nears the end of its lease and avoid the headache of having to find a new one? With an auto lease buyout from American Heritage Credit Union, stay in your reliable set of wheels and make the most of your car's value. With the smart cost savings option, you'll enjoy no payments for the first 2 months and a low rate. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto to get started. Insured by NCUA. Not a member? Join today. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet?
Not yet.
Do it today.
Okay.
At 1210 WPHT.
9:51, Kayal and Company, as we get set for Phil Almquist and then Dawn Stensland. Right now, your chance to win a 4-pack of tickets to Adventure Aquarium and the new Kaleidoscope Cove, if you can identify Jimmy Kelly's movie clip.
And now, the Morning Mystery Movie Clip on Kayal and Company. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
This is Scott Boney. Who am I talking to?
Hey there, tough guy. This is Frank Rizzo.
Who the hell's Frank Rizzo? Frank Rizzo? Frank Rizzo? Am I supposed to know you, Mr. Rizzo?
I got problems there.
Rizzo. This might be something. Run the name by our boys in Chicago.
Take him out.
Right,
Show him a good...
Yeah, well, I gotta talk to my boss before I can arrange something like that. I mean, will he know you, Mr. Rizzo? Because I don't know you. I said I'll talk to the boss. If he gives me the okay, we'll take care of your boys, all right?
Oh, God.
Great
Think
CDs.
you know what it is?
Terrible
We
movie.
call it 12 at 855-839-1210, and you could win this great prize.
I think my buddies actually had the cassette tapes in the mid-90s
yes.
as well.
Yeah.
Caller 12-855-839-1210, Adventure Aquarium tickets, 4-pack, Kaleidoscope Cove. Get your tickets at VentureAquarium.com. 2 more opportunities coming up Thursday and Friday. Phil Almquist, what occurred today in music history, sir?
What happened on this day in music history? Music history on Kayal and Company.
Today, July 16th, we celebrate the birthday of Stuart Copeland from The Police. We also lost Johnny Winter in 2014, John Lord from Deep Purple in 2012, and Harry Chapin in 81. Singers include It's a Hard Life by Queen in 84. Albums include Billy Idol's debut in 82, Lemon Parade by Tonic in 97, and Acquiring the Taste by Gentle Giant in 71. Also in 2007, the White Stripes played their shortest live show ever. It lasted 1 note. In 2019, Metallica brought their worldwide tour to Finland, drawing 1% of the country's population. In 2000, Matchbox 20 was atop the singles chart. In 66, Cream was formed. In 2008, Billy Joel played the first of 2 concerts, which were the last at Chase Stadium in New York. And yesterday, Finger 11 and Alien Ant Farm announced they're coming to the Brooklyn Bowl, Philly in October on the 5th. But lastly, on this day in 90, the trial began against Judas Priest, who was accused of implanting subliminal messages in their song, Better By You, Better Than Me. The suit alleged that the messages caused 2 teenagers to enter a suicide pact. Of course, the case was eventually dismissed. For Kayal and Company, I'm Bill Almquist.
They also did that with Ozzy, Suicide Solution, too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Phil, dazzling us
I remember
as always.
Rob Halford on the stand having to sing that song. Like,
Yep.
just the absurd times we lived in.
Yeah, it's just so amazing.
Gross.
Yeah.
Mark is in Springfield. He's identified the movie for the 4-pack of tickets. Mark, what did we just play for you?
Howdy, Jerky Boys.
That's right, Jerky.
Woo. That's right. As Frank Rizzo would say, it's a hell of a story. Congratulations, Mark. You're on your way to see Adventure Aquarium 4-pack of tickets. There you go. All right, Dawn is up in about 5.5 minutes. We find out what she has lined up.
Yeah, so we'll look into the latest studies, a couple of them on the safety and efficacy of that COVID vaccine and the emergency, even though it was emergency approved, the orders for kids to get it. We'll take a close look at that. Coming up at 10:30, we have award-winning investigative journalist. This is Susan Crabtree, and she has talked about the behind the scenes, the real story behind the 6 Secret Service suspensions over Butler failures, meaning here in Butler, PA, the attempted assassination of Trump. She takes us behind the scenes of that, as well as Epstein and so many other stories. Susan Crabtree just releasing some new findings in her investigative work. You want to stay tuned for that. And what about the budget, the big, beautiful bill, Medicare, Medicaid, all the media narratives? Maria Bartiromo will check back in, Fox's lovely former money honey. So she'll check in in the 11 o'clock hour. We have so much going on. Stay tuned.
All right, I could use a money honey myself. All right, that'll
you have
do.
your wife, Kristen.
Like I said, I could use a money honey. That'll do it for us here on this Wednesday. Stay tuned. Dawn is up next, and Greg has a word for you right now.
Yeah, today's show sponsored by Staples. Thank you, Staples. How many times have we all said, well, that was easy? Well, the Staples Easy button is back, and it's got us saying it again for custom prints, shipping services, even passport photos, plus quality products delivered next day to over 98% of the United States. Staples, that was easy. Thank you, Staples, for sponsoring today's show. Stay there, Dawn next.
Here's a harsh fact. 40% of women and almost 20% of men suffer from varicose or spider veins. And if you think this is just a cosmetic problem, think again. Varicose or spider veins, if left untreated, can lead to swollen or discolored legs, cramping, the inability to stand or walk, neuropathy, even worse, blood clots, which can travel to other parts of your body. But here's the good news. Advanced medical vein treatment